Alright, hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Looks like I missed one square with my bot ASMR intro. Here comes the train. I told you those artillery wagons on the train would be useful, at least now we can see it on the map, the big red aura. Alright, let's go back to normal speed. So yeah, those artillery wagons now cause this big red aura on the map. So we can better see where the train is at when we're all zoomed out. So useful, not a meme at all. Regular, verified, validated wagons, I would say. Validated is also not the right word, I don't know what's the right word. Anyway, that was the intro screen. I'm kinda out of it, it's been a while since I streamed the last one. Yeah, here it goes on the map. So now we can brightly see where it is. Alright, yeah, so I think we are kind of ready. We had a whole shopping list of things to do, but all of them have got check marks by now. So these are all the things we did between finishing the 1000 signs per minute base and I guess starting the 10,000 signs per minute base. We've done bunches of stuff like completing the 100 core nuclear reactor, which is located over here. So that thing is fully up and running, providing the base with 16 gigawatts of power. We need only 7 at the moment. Let's see how much power the solar field is already generating. It's a separate power network. 6 gigawatts. So this entire thing is about 6 gigawatts. And it will have to grow to kinda completely fill this entire area over here. Yeah, we did all of the stuff. I think we picked up the radars for the rest of the map, diminishing the number of networks we have. I guess we can get rid of all of these radars as well, as if there were any biters here, they would have long expanded into our radar, into our fields, or into our side of the map. So I think there's no more biters present there, everything should be fine. Of course, I think I'll just leave it up until we start dropping below 60 UPS. 60 UPS is what the game runs at. Currently I can run at about twice that speed, unless when we are building this solar field, then I cannot. So yeah, not gonna get into it again, but solar good for UPS, not when you're building it. So yeah, what else is on the list? Landfill storage, prepare 80 gigawatts of nuclear, I guess that's still ongoing. Yeah, we are still producing nuclear power elements. So kind of a whim of a sort that I want to match nuclear power production with end game solar production, so we can have a good comparison of the two. So we are preparing, oh there went the rockets, we are preparing another 400 nuclear reactors worth of power production right here, which should get us up to 80 gigawatts, as now we are producing 16. So yeah, it's kinda cool, I can just do that on a whim, because nuclear power is about 10 times cheaper than solar power, for which we build an entire base up here. And this has to run for over 120 hours to produce enough solar panels and stuff to fill in this area over here. That was kind of the last thing we did. We also changed the home smelting area to wood. So now our early game smelting stuff is running on wood instead of coal, mostly. It is running on wood prioritized, coal is still getting in there when needed. But we are generating hundreds of thousands of wood from this area. All of these forests have to be deconstructed in order to make space for the solar panels, and every single pass we do over here, this is like 93,000 wood in just one single loop, and we are going to have to make, there's probably more than 1 million wood which we have to deconstruct and bring back home. So we're getting rid of it in our smelter here, which is kinda efficient, I think. Let's check the 10-minute view. Yeah, we are consuming about 600 wood per minute. That is 60,000, 360,000 per hour. Okay, so we'll easily get rid of all the wood in that case. That's like 3 hours of smelting in the home base is enough to consume 1 million wood. So we're gonna get rid of all of it eventually. Hey SDB, hello, Mailman 268, Major, Cap Alert, BSG 22 Wiki, and Mike Handy, and Teratoma, thanks for the 5th month subscription test, thanks. Again, I've got chat on my phone, so still the mobile vent setup, you know the drill. So everything is a little bit less visible as I would like it to be on my single screen setup here. So yeah, we did all of the stuff. It's kinda time to maybe start thinking about designing some elements for the 10k SPM base, because I don't think there's much else that we need to do except maybe clear out some more biters, but I guess that can wait. Pollution is actually reasonably close to the end of the map, edge of the map. I have to keep that in mind. So we still got our combat spiders waiting over here. Right. I think we're just gonna get started with something. Let's see where we're actually at. No one actually uses wood for burners. I usually just destroy the chests. At some point I stopped destroying chests and started to deal with everything, all the resources. Honestly, fairly, I don't know what's the right word. Just either store it in a giant amount of chest or just like consume it in one way or the other. And unlike the like circle of burner inserters consuming wood, this is actually useful. We are saving some coal, so we are saving some mining pollution, I guess. Fairly minor, but still something. Alright, so in the intro screen we did another loop of this solar field. We kind of focused on the solar field last time. Kind of looks like a giant solar panel. It is inevitable we are going to build over many ore patches. giga amounts of ore patches. So, well, what can you do? If we look at this blueprint, we see we need 256 substations for each blueprint, and currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A 6 by 6 square, so the next one is going to be 7, it's like 28 stamps. That means we need 7,000 substations in this logistics network to be able to build the next ring. We got 6.2k, so that's like 2 more train deliveries. I guess we can watch it like so, perhaps. We should be getting into radar view any minute now. Thanks Mr. Mehano for 8 months. Whoa, 8 months already, man. Every time a new number pops up, I'm just I still get like baffled. Right, so here it goes, offloading the solar panels and the infrastructure, loading the wood on the train to bring back to the home base. We also brought over like 200k landfill, which should be enough to fill in the next nearby lake. Alright, train is full of wood, and it should depart any moment now. Off to load new solar panels in our solar panel production area over here. Then that is being brought back to the base over here, where we then offload the solar panels, load the accumulators and the all the infrastructure in a precisely fine-tuned manner without using the circuit network, which was kind kind of a funny design. Yeah, let's check science. Has science been going steady? Science has been going steady for 20 hours or so. So that's good. Gives me faith that I can pull off the 10,000 science per minute base if I can do this 1,000 science per minute base. We've got all of these green spiders here. I think I got like a green remote over here. These brought back... one still has landfill. These brought back a bunch of wood from the solar field, so I guess we'll try to get the bots to unload that. Perhaps I should get out of this range myself here. Outside of the influence of the network. Alright, so now what I want to do is get wood requests to 0, which should transfer all the wood into these logistics trash slots as the bots take it out. So that was the... So this is the lead spider. The lead spider is special, but the rest I can copy paste. So if I do this... Apparently I missed one. This guy still has landfill. So I have to fix that guy up manually. If I play it smart, I can already make sure I can just copy paste this spider again. 8,000, exactly 8,000 landfill. And then later I can just copy paste this over all the other spiders again. But for now, these are gonna come in. I'm not gonna die by train. I hope. It's getting a bit dangerous now. I should be only walking around in my own personal spider, but I'm not. Right, I guess the wood chests are up here. So let's watch the bot explosion trying to offload roughly 80,000 wood from our spiders here. Yeah, that's gonna look great at 6 megabits per second, I'm sure. Yeah. Bot explosions are not made for streaming. That's gonna take a while. Alright. Also the train is here. That signals the... This is the last shipment, I think. 600 substations are gonna be delivered here. That's gonna push us over the 7k we need for the next circle. Yeah, we got 6.8k now, so we can do the next circle after this. Thanks Hacktastic as well for the first month subscription. What is the current science per minute? 1000. That's the middle base. The starter base was 60 or 80 SPM. Now we got the intermediate base at 1000 and we're gonna build the end game base at 10k. So when is the video on nuclear UPS? I don't know, it depends how hard I get triggered by the nuclear misconceptions which pop up all over the place. I think I really should get like 1 or 2 more Warptorio episodes out before I get into even more side projects again. The last 2 weeks I kinda uploaded a backlog of videos I had made earlier which appeared on Patreon but not on the channel. And since I am on holiday, I decided to just publish those on the channel in these off weeks. Yeah, so what is the plan then? I guess we'll do the building thing over here. One more time. So all of this is coming in. Let's make sure I catch all of them now. Okay, I think that's all of them. So let's do the UPS thing. Alright, let's see how low it drops. We were at 120, now these bots are starting to build all the stuff, are dropping to about 100. Still more than 1.5 times regular speed, but already noticeable. Alright, we'll do this final loop of this, or this one loop of this solar blueprint, and then we'll get to making the first design of the 10,000 signs per minute base. I guess we're going to have a look at the Factorio Calculator app in the browser, just to get a feel of the amounts we are going to need, the amount of stuff we're going to need for 10,000 signs per minute. I'm kinda scared, really, to look at that. What's your CPU? It's a laptop, so kinda the normal thought process of desktop doesn't really apply, as I understand, because everything works a little bit different in a laptop. But it's an i9 something. I think Mattis Jacksmus has it right. But the laptop's maximum power draw is 120 watts, both for combined for CPU, GPU, everything. Alright, so step 1 of this blueprint is to get the power network out there with the roboports. I guess I should turn those on. So we got 24,000 bots in there, which is enough to build 4 stamps of blueprints simultaneously. Each blueprint has roughly 6,000 elements in it in terms of solar panels and accumulators. And by having 24,000 bots, I can stamp 1 in each corner, and then the bots will fly out in all 4 directions at once. Which means we are going to make optimal use of this roboport network we've got laid out. There's not too many recharge points in this solar panel blueprint, because of course we want to generate solar power and not spend a lot of space for roboports in there. Also, idle roboports still use UPS, I think, so that's another reason to keep the roboport count a bit low. Looks like this time I at least got all of the stamps down correctly. We're down to 80 UPS, by the way, with this construction stuff. I guess it's gonna drop even lower. We may drop below 60 UPS in the construction stage right here. I'll go a little bit to the right here so we can see the actual UPS counter. Alright, so now some of the bots are on the outside, most of them are still in the center. I want to get all of them back to the center, because that is where our solar panel blueprints are. And to do that we can just simply deconstruct all of the wood and all of the items on ground and the fish if there are lakes. So there's a lot of stone laying on the ground. So currently let's do this, all fish and items on ground. That is just going to be a couple handfuls of stone. Everything within the green area. Oh, now UPS is going to drop very much. So yeah, 1,500 pieces of stone are laying on the floor because of combat. Let's pick all of that up. And then we'll also do the only trees and rocks which have not been destroyed. We'll get those out of there as well. And that will probably engage all of my bots. I think this is the best visual appearance. So all of the bots are getting drawn back to the center of the base now. All of them are escaping from the roboports over here now. Over here. All of them are flying out to pick up trees. And if we can engage all the bots, that means all of them will end up near the center because they pick up something from the map. And then they will fly back to the center to deliver it into a storage chest and just go to sleep in a nearby roboport. And that means once we place the solar blueprint, all of the bots should be located at the center of the map. So none of them will have to fly back in from large distances. So let's zoom in on a roboport. Alright, 24,000 bots we have in total, we have 9,000 left and the number is dropping rapidly. 8.5k, 8k, yeah, so this will reach 0. And then all of the bots will have a task. With a little bit of luck. With a little bit of luck we'll see that flashing thing down here, which says not enough bots in the network for all tasks or something like that. I forgot what the exact message is. But yeah. Let's time lapse this here. You can see we're down to 66 UPS, barely keeping up with what we need. I did try this out. I do get a higher UPS when I'm not streaming, but of course I gotta take streaming into account here. So yeah, all of these bots waiting around the roboports, that's not ideal. But like I mentioned, I don't want a dense roboport network in my solar grid because first of all the roboports will use UPS. And second of all, it's supposed to be a solar field and not a robot field. So for this specific build, we will accept the lower bot throughput. And just we will need to wait for all of these bots to charge every now and then. There's a lot of trees. How is it going? I think we are not going to get to 0 bots. Yeah, bots is going up again. 16,000 available construction bots and rising. All of them are now going to settle back into the center. I guess still the closest bots get drawn out to do the tasks. So if I deconstruct wood here, the closest bots are going to get tasked with building that. So I think all of the bots still are, almost all of my bots will be in the center regardless. These are picking up the last pieces of coal. The coal rocks are the worst because they drop all of the coal on the floor. That takes the most time. Alright, we got idle bots again and 120 UPS. So now it's time to place the solar blueprint. This exactly does not fit nicely. I think I'm just gonna sacrifice a little bit of the bottom here. Like so. And we'll stamp down the next side. I should probably save. That will kind of mess up my map view though. Place ring. Place 8x8 ring of solar. It's a square ring, okay? So yeah, something like this. Okay, so I got 24k bots. This blueprint contains roughly 6,000 items. So I should be able to place 4 of these in the 4 corners, like so. And then these will get built first. All bots should fly out first 6,000 bots this side, then 6,000 bots this side, then this side, then this side, and so on. And I'll keep on looping these so that the bots keep getting tasked in all directions simultaneously. So let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll just go like this until the entire thing is complete. Right, first 6,000 tasks are done. You can see them spreading out beautifully, and after that it becomes a pretty wide bot highway, which means they can spread out over way more roboports than on the first flight, where they are all flying out in a pretty thin line. You can now see to the south they just explode and go charge up pretty far away from where they run out of power. And then they just continue diagonally in like a very wide flight path. So that's kind of the idea behind how I'm building this solar field. And the reason I have to do it all the way around, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, is these bots are already idle again before all of these bots get tasked with this area. So now we're gonna end up over here. This is probably gonna get built entirely as well before we run out of bots. Maybe this one as well. At some point this is gonna start flashing. Stuff is gonna start flashing on the map. I'll just keep the mouse pointer here and we'll see it from the start. And once that starts flashing, stuff is gonna be built all over the map simultaneously as the game keeps cycling through all of the unbuilt entities. A square ring is a boxing ring. Yeah, they call it a boxing ring. It's very square. Exactly my point. Thanks, I couldn't come up with that myself. Fractal beauty. Yeah, something like that. It's a square fractal, okay? Anyway, this thing is already entirely built. You can see these bots getting called upon now, which went to sleep over here after building that. They are now flying back to the center. But since this is already entirely built, they won't interfere too much with the other bots which are flying out. Probably I should have built this ring second, 1, 2, 3, 4, before going back to the corner. Just do it in 8 directions simultaneously instead of 4. But close to the center, it's getting kinda mixed up anyway, so I don't know, maybe this is best. I'm gonna do it. Okay, we're under 60 UPS, so I may as well just return to one-time game speed. No, let's not do that, because at some point it will speed up again, I hope. 3,600 bots yet don't have a task. Now it's gonna go down to 0 pretty fast, I think, as these bots are all interfering with each other. Okay, these are getting called upon, these are getting called upon. And I guess soon these are gonna get called upon as well. Let me keep the mouse in the area where that bot message will spawn. We can see then on the map how the game cycles through all the items. Fractorio. There we go, there we go. So now you can see the game is cycling through all of these things. It every time checks if a bot is available. If a bot happens to be available on that exact moment, it will get assigned to build that one. But most of the time no bot will be available, and then it just gets skipped until the next time it cycles through. And since it goes through the list in the order of in which I stamped the blueprints, so now it's moving to the right blueprint. Only 600 of those will be on the screen at any one time, so it's kinda printing through it like a dot matrix printer. except now it will skip to the bottom one after it goes through. After it finishes on the right side, it will go to that bottom one next to the one we are currently building. I think we gotta interrupt this for a quick rocket launch. Worth it. Alright, so the game is now cycling through this bottom here, over here. That means still this one will get built completely. All of the elements in this stamp, all of the elements in this one, and in this one, and in this one have a bot assigned to it. So it will take a while for that to get built, but all of these things are completely assigned. And then a small part of this was completely assigned, and only then we started to see these messages or this thing show up. It's now going to go to the left, over here, yeah. So all of these will get built like simultaneously-ish, as the game keeps cycling through all those unbuilt entities. If no bot is available, it will be skipped, and if a bot is available, it will just build that single piece, which means it kinda is like sort of random when a bot is available. So all of these are going to get built fractally, so to say. But like the first 8 stamps will get built completely before anything else. I really wish I could speed up the game a bit more. Oh hey, Obsolete Alien, did you subscribe to that @streams thing on the Discord? That will help you get notified when whenever I start a stream, or I will manually post in these times where I stream irregularly. I will manually post a heads up a couple hours before I start streaming if I can, like I did today. If this was YouTube, I would have made this into a time-lapse, obviously. Unfortunately, now you get to see the real pain I sit through myself when I'm making these time-lapses. This will kinda turn out pretty cool though. So that printer thing is just gonna go around, eventually it will go around faster and faster. It first has to go through every single unbuilt item of all of those blueprints. So we are about halfway through in that regard. But by now we can at least see that this thing is fully built. And I think it's a little bit early to see yet how fractally these others are going to get built. Thanks Alain137 for the 4th month subscription. Keep up the good work, thank you. Ah, the Twitch app pings me when this... Ah, okay, you can do that with Twitch as well. I didn't... I'm such a pro streamer, I didn't even know that. Guess it kinda makes sense. Something like this is YouTube ring the bell, subscribe, ring the bell, blah 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 stuff. I guess Twitch has something similar, like ping me whenever this dude goes live. If you want the time lapse, just whack your head, and when you come to it, it will be complete. That's more like a time jump than a time lapse. I guess time has elapsed during that time, so maybe you're right. But I cannot do that though, because this will be very boring if I'm not rambling to you continuously. Yeah, I kind of stopped saying that free Prime subscription, blah blah blah. But yeah, if you have this Amazon, what's it called, Amazon Prime, be sure to take Jeff Bezos' money straight out of his pocket by using that free money to subscribe to your favorite streamer. It doesn't have to be me, but could be me of course, but doesn't have to be me. But make sure it does not go to waste. Don't let Jeff Bezos keep his money. Thanks, User Pony, for taking Jeff Bezos' money. So you're all some sort of modern day Robin Hoods. Actually, the Factorio exploit got patched. Kind of funny, the infinite productivity exploit. So their first reaction was to my video before it even came out. I guess one of the Patreons, either one of the Factorio devs is on Patreon themselves, or one of the Patreons linked the video to the Factorio devs. Either one is fine. But yeah, it got patched before the video was out. It didn't get patched before the video was out, but it got patched for Factorio 2.0 before the video was out. That kinda implicated they wanted to leave the bug intact for Factorio 1.1 for the next 2 months. But then dudes like Zasper started setting new world records using this bug, at least in wave defense. I don't know if anyone else used the bug as well, but I know Zasper set a new world record in wave defense by over a minute with sort of a rough version of the exploit, without really trying. He improved the world record by over a minute, I think, on his first attempt, without even properly setting up or optimizing the route. Factorio devs were in chat, or at least one of the Factorio devs were in chat at the moment that happened, and it was really painful to see, really painful to watch, they said. So perhaps that's the reason it now got fixed anyway. So yeah, that means I am not going to update Factorio for my Warptorio playthrough, because I discovered this thing. I'm sure as heck going to abuse the heck out of it before updating. But actually, for the Warptorio series, it is only really useful for the first, to get the first 11 warp modules. After that you have 110% productivity bonus, and you can just start 3D printing warp modules by deconstructing the assembler before the actual first product is complete. So not with the construction bot, but just manually. And that is not patched, that is not part of the base game mechanics. So that exploit still exists in the game, because it cannot be abused in vanilla. There's no way to exceed 100% productivity bonus in vanilla, but in Warptorio you can. So I'm pretty sure that's intentional game design, so I'm going to use that. Right, so now we can see these first 8 ones, they got built completely. And here we started getting this message, and you can see from that point on it is just being distributed equally on all sides. And we are now cycling through the actually this is the final stamp, I think. I know we have one more to go. So yeah, it's quite a large stamp over here. So we still have to go through another 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the first complete cycle is complete. After that, the cycling is gonna go faster and faster until it disappears completely. I think I should... It actually does fit on the map. That was kind of a mistake then. I just messed up my time lapse, I guess. I will refilm this properly anyway. Is this the full solar array? Not even close. I would say this is about 10% of it. That is how crazy many solar panels we will need. Okay, there are a lot of people subscribed. Thanks Iveson for the 8-month subscription as well. And Prefer to Lurk, thanks for temporarily coming out of Lurk. Watching this is a great way for 2.0. Thank you both. Alright, these alerts are going to go around faster and faster after the first circle is complete, until they just zip around very fast around the entire outside and start to, at some point they'll suddenly start to be static, and then they'll just slowly blip out of existence. That's going to be pretty cool. I think using spiders to construct that would be kind of difficult. I don't think we've got the bot speed to keep up. Since most of the bots won't fly out instantaneously, since there are so many things to cycle through, it's going to be quite tricky, I think, to have the bots keep following the Spidertron without running out of power and never being able to catch up again. Thanks Renier33 as well for the subscription. If you really want to take money from Bezos, see it that his taxes get raised. We should consider these Prime subscriptions like a tax for Jeff Bezos. I mean, he implemented it himself, I guess. Or at least some of his Twitch managers implemented it. Alright, we are at the final blueprint stamp. There it has to go through another roughly 6,000 items, but then it will start again from the very beginning over here, and it will go faster and faster as most of the stuff has been filled in by that time. And then it's just gonna go around the circle faster and faster until everything has been assigned, and then it's just a matter of all of the last 24,000 bots in the network finishing their task. It kinda is working though. Alright, the second loop is gonna go by much faster now. Thanks XXXXXX for the Prime subscription as well. If you could place spiders in a grid, it would probably be very doable. I think you would need more Spidertrons than you think. This small part of the map we are looking at now is like, let me think, it's like 48 by 48 chunks. So that's 2,500 chunks of terrain. That's quite a lot. Train with bots. I guess you have to do like regular, very regular train station stops too then, as bots won't fly out of trains when they're driving at full speed. They also won't fly out of Spidertrons when Spidertron is going at full speed, except if you have like absurd levels of bot speed, like bot speed 14, 15, 16, which we are getting to. Then the maximum spider speed, even with 5 legs, is no longer sufficient to keep the bots inside. The bots will think the spider is moving slow enough to keep up and will fly out anyway, which is actually what we want to happen. Right, we are already covering like 3 squares simultaneously, it seems. Then construction bots use spiders as chests. Yeah, no, that's the kind of the issue with spiders. As far as I know, there is no way to get... construction bots can take stuff from spiders to construct stuff, but there is no way to like feed to feed logistics chests from spiders, which is one of the reasons I cannot make... I cannot get like artillery outposts built and supplied purely with spiders, as there's no way to supply the artillery shells to the artillery turrets, as that needs to be done by logistics bots. I don't think you can use logistics bots to unload spiders unless you move stuff into the trash slots, but then again there is no way to... oh, we didn't have enough solar panels. That's interesting. Alright, we are getting there where we are starting to zoom across the map with the notifications popping up around everywhere. I think we just got a delivery of solar panels, which kinda saved us from not having enough solar panels. Yeah, you can set their logistics request, but you still need existing logistics bots in a Roboport network to take stuff out of the spiders. So if I want to build like... Okay, all of the bots got assigned a task now, and it's gone. So now all of the bots are assigned. Once they start flying out, once they finish the task, they will settle. As you can see, we've already got 3000 bots available again. Those no longer have a task. So very soon this expansion will be complete. So what I want to say, if I want to build a artillery outpost here with spiders, there is no way for me to get the shells into the logistics chest, not that I know of. So construction bots won't take... They will take stuff out of the trash slots to construct stuff, but they won't take stuff out of the trash slots to put into logistics chest. That task is reserved for logistics bots only. Alright. We're getting above 60 UPS again, now that not all of the bots are busy flying around. So I guess this number is gonna go back up to roughly 120 by the end of it. Inserters don't work with spiders, that's correct. They do actually work with train, like Mr. Kokolo says, but then you would... that is not as simple as simply march. You know, this is like tens of thousands of rail pieces to get out to the edge of the map at this point. You don't just simply build a train to just get out, to just quickly do a temporary job, which is kind of the point of the spiders. They can just walk there, do their thing, pack up and come back. So yeah, you could insert logistics bots from a rail station. You would need a combination of a train and a spider, I guess. You need the spider to build the Roboport next to the train station, and then the train can, with inserters, insert Roboports into the Roboport. So that would work, but that is way too... yeah, that is way too convoluted for the things I want to do. The things I want to do simply are just get a couple artillery turrets here, explore these chunks, pack up and leave. There's no way I'm going to build a train line out to there. No way, that is gonna cost way too much time. Alright, back up to 120 UPS. So you see, constructing the solar field cut my UPS in more than half with 24,000 watts. And we still got quite an area to cover. Let's check how many solar panels there are in the network now. 180k, and we need roughly 2 million. So this is not even 10% of what we need to build. This entire blob over here. Alright, but now we got an 8x8 spot. We can count by the center power line configurations, which are a part of the blueprint. 8x8. We need to go... how much we need to go? 22 by 28 is the minimum we want to do. Maybe 24 by 30. And now we have 8 by 8, so yeah, quite a ways to go. Alright, that's all of the solar stuff done. The next iteration will need 36 stamps. Yeah, not even 10%. The next iteration will not even 10% of the total. It does look kind of massive, but let's say there's a square like this around on all the 8 adjacent sides, including diagonals. Kinda looks like the correct amount of space. We've got a bit more than one copy on the left side of space and on the right side as well. So it does look like it's roughly correct. So yeah, the next stamp of substations, 36 divided by 4 equals 9, so we need 9,000 substations in the logistics network over here. Currently we've got 4,000, so maybe at the end of the stream we'll do another loop. We're not gonna watch it all again though. For now I'll just leave this go automatically. And we are gonna shift focus on designing, I think. So let's make a save right here to 60 8x8 solar ring build. How long did that actually take? Let's just look at the time between those saves. 11 minutes, 38 minutes. That's almost top streaming material, top video material here, boys. 30 minutes of watching small yellow pixels put small blue pixels on the map. Top-notch experiences here. Anyway, at least the bots have finished doing their magic with the spiders, I think. Where is my personal spiders? My personal spider is over here. Spider-Man! Let's get the green guy to follow me around. All of those green guys should be empty now. So how this works is basically there are 10 spiders, one of them is the boss, the landfill leader. Of that spider I've got a remote. The other 9 spiders don't have a remote, but they had a temporary remote which all connected them to the next one in line. So now if I connect the leader to me, all of the other spiders will just follow suit. And I only need to control one spider in order to control all 10 of them. And I hopefully cannot mess that up unless I accidentally jump into one of these spiders. That will break it. So okay, so now we are out here, out of the Roboport field. One of these spiders has the right request still by accident. So we want again to load 8,000 landfill in each of these spiders. So now I just copy this spider. Copy it over all of these. Unfortunately I cannot copy it on the landfill leader because that will override his name too and color. We cannot have that. Right, so then we send the landfill leader away from me. The other 9 spiders still should follow. And we're going to put those guys in here. And then we're gonna watch these bots go crazy, loading up all of these spiders with 80,000 landfill. It kinda looks almost static, but these bots are flying back and forth very fast. I guess because the distance to the chest is so short, they are almost immediately and completely filled up. Alright, so now we get those guys out of here again. Let's have them parade by in a nice line. There's a little bit too clustered up, guys. I cannot see anything. Something like that will work. So now again we want to change this. All of them have got like 8,000 landfill inside now. Now we just do the trick where we put this to 0 and we request 8,000 wood. Exactly. And now we just need to copy that for all the other spiders. Of course, one of them we got to do manually again. But now we are requesting 8,000 wood and we are offloading 8,000 landfill times 10. So that's 80,000 wood and 80,000 landfill is going to be transferred into a single trip over here. We've got 119,000 wood stocked up in these chests, so the train could use a little bit of help. It only brings home 3,000 wood per time. I kind of underestimated how much wood there would be available here. Coal and stone is probably gonna be fine, but wood can need some help. And also we're gonna need roughly 1 million landfill in here, so we're gonna send those spiders over. But there's one thing I want to do first. So the thing is, this thing is growing quite fast. And as soon as the spiders enter this orange area, these logistics bots are gonna fly out to meet the spiders. But I want the spiders to come to the center before the logistics bots react. So we're gonna do a temporary deconstruction planner which just deconstructs roboports. Roboports. And if I just deconstruct the center line of roboports, alright, we're gonna need to, we're gonna have bots flying out from the center. Yeah, but this is working. We're getting basically a line without logistic bot coverage, so construction bots still can fly through here, but logistics bots will no longer react to the spiders being in the green area over here, which means they will only react once we get in here. So now we kind of have a mouth in which to enter. So I guess I still need to copy paste. Just trying to make sure I have all of them. Alright. And now we just gotta navigate this landfill spider to go not through any existing roboport network, because that will start offloading the landfill prematurely. So yeah, we want to go around the home base. Here we can just go in a straight line. I guess we'll wait a little bit by just doing this for any any spider which got left behind a little bit to catch up. And then we're just gonna walk straight into the mouth and into this central roboport area. And then the logistics bots should fly out only at the very last moment. So wait, didn't you set these spiders up last time? Yes, but I have to manually change those requests every time I want to bring over a load of stuff. Over the next like 100 hours, I only will have to do that like, I don't know, 7 more times or so. So it's not really worth. It's a lot faster to just do this 7 times over the next 100 hours than to set up another fully automated way to temporarily take care of that stuff. So I'm not really going to bother with automating that. Let's get another nice shot. Yeah, so yeah, the leader is kinda really running away. The other spiders have trouble keeping up. That's because they all follow the next spider in line. As soon as one spider lags behind a little bit, the next one which is following that spider will also lag behind a little bit. And then you can get these big gaps, I guess. Big gaps in distances. But I'm just gonna read through chat a little bit. So I kinda missed a bunch of things. Oh god, there's a lot of chat I missed. Time for a feature request for the... Yeah, it would be nice if inserters... No, it would be horrible if inserters operated on spiders. The reason they don't operate on spiders is because if you walk through your base in a spider, all of the inserters are suddenly going to interact with your spiders, which will break a lot of stuff. Let's go double speed. Yeah, part of the OCD is covered by those resources. Yeah, good luck mining 1 billion ore before doing any of this. That is just not gonna happen. Even with maximum speed miners, it's gonna take forever. It's gonna take longer than the scope of this playthrough. Yeah. Build on ore removes ore. Okay, the spiders and the train are coming in at the same time. Let's see if we can get another scenic shot. I guess we're gonna be overtaking the spiders. Oh, there they go. Exactly in time. Awesome. So now all of the landfill gets offloaded and all of the wood gets loaded onto the spiders. And the bots are ignoring my active provider chest over here for now, which is fine. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, we got like 3k wood on there, 1k stone, 350 coal. So that's like 7 trips of the train to get rid of the stone, 2 more trips to get rid of the coal. Yeah, that is reasonable. But like 40 to 50 trips to get rid of the wood is too much compared to what we are bringing in. We are bringing in slightly more than 1 blueprint stamp of materials every time. No, wrong. We are bringing in slightly more than 2 blueprint stamps of material every time. So yeah, we need to get rid of the wood a little bit faster. Maybe I should have brought more than 350 logistics bots in here, but the thing is, I want to keep the roboport space for my for all the construction bots, which need to do like heavy tasks, so I don't want too many slots being occupied by logistics bots over here. It's fine, they'll keep up, it just takes a while to offload the spiders. But yeah, we don't have to watch it all the time. It is kind of fun though. What are you doing with the wood? I'm using it in my starter base to smelt ore. It was still running on coal-powered steel furnaces. Now they are going to be wood-powered steel furnaces. The train is not wood-powered because I'm not sure it would even get off its starting place. But yeah, we're bringing the wood to these chests and we are smelting ores on wood in my starter base over here. Coal is still part of the belt, but wood is preferred. So we're slowly gonna get rid of all of this wood over here. I guess I should also get rid of like stone. But we are not using stone anymore in the base. Almost not at all. Maybe I should make a... We're just using it to make concrete, I guess. For the nuclear reactors. So perhaps I should put like a stone chest up here, which prioritizes stone from the base instead of stone from the belts. That is actually something I should do. Because now I'm just gonna clutter up in stone over here. This is already full. We're already starting to put stone into these chests over here, which is not good. I think coal we already are prioritizing correctly. Somewhere over here. Yeah, this coal gets used first. But yeah, stone on the belt we're no longer using since this comes from bricks. We are no longer making signs. We're also not really making many rails in this playthrough, so that is just not going to get used up. So we're going to have to use it up for concrete for the nuclear reactors while we still can. We still need to produce like, I don't know, 200 of them, so that's a lot of stone. So let's actually take care of that. Yeah, 2 million solar panels. Yeah, lots of energy for 10k SPM. The calculated way is we use 7 gigawatts now for 1k SPM, so probably we need 70 gigawatts for 10k SPM. That is as far as the logic goes. And indeed we are going to have a correspondingly large nuclear plant. No, we don't need to mine a giant amount of uranium. We literally have this. This is my early game uranium mine. We've got these things and we've got production here. This is going to be sufficient. This is just going to be sufficient for my end game nuclear plant. Something like this. I think I'll, at the end when we'll actually build it, I'll precisely configure the miners and the processing stuff to accommodate for 500 nuclear reactors, just to show off how few resources you need to power 80 gigawatts of nuclear power. But currently we are overproducing nuclear fuel cells by a lot. And we have 100 active reactors which are running unrestricted. There's no fuel saving shenanigans going on. One fuel cell every 200 seconds. Basically means for these 100 reactors we are going to be needing one fuel cell every 2 seconds. So extrapolating that, we're going to need like 2.5 fuel cells per second. And every craft of fuel cells gives you 10. So we only are going to need to run this recipe once every 4 seconds to provide power for the entire 10,000 science per minute megabase. That is how little resources you need for nuclear power. Right, we should get that stone thing sorted. So I do have some stone overflow in these buffer chests over here. Here's a buffer chest, here's a buffer chest. So basically what I want to do, I just want another buffer chest, which will draw from the storage chests which we have. So let's make 2 of those. I guess we'll do it scenically. And we'll just set these up to draw stone from those storage chests in the center. Okay, this is wrong. Stop. Stop that immediately. Okay, I kinda messed this up. Okay, Spider needs to get out of the way for a bit. Alright, then we'll just do it like so. This should work. No, it doesn't. This should work, but here I don't have the space. Alright, now it should work with the long-handed. A little bit weird, but will do. Alright, so now we should be mainly prioritizing stone from those storage chests, and these bells just side load, which is good. That's what we want. Similar to how the wood is working here. No, that's not true, because we are putting the coal with inserters. But what is on the belt takes priority over what is side loaded onto the belt, so we should be using this stone over here instead of this stone over here. Oh look, it's day 1055. I can make another 1000 days video. Alright, let's stop messing around. Stop messing around. Let's go do something productive. Jimacha is here to moderate, so I have to start doing productive things. The boss is looking. Good afternoon, usual jump scare. I was doing useful stuff, I promise, boss. Yeah. Right, yeah, so what did we do? We built another of these rings. We watched the time lapse for 30 minutes. The time lapse was not very time lapsed, but that's the way it is. We offloaded another 80,000 wood on these spiders over here, which by now we can bring back. So let's get that done as well. We have to get those over to the base again, so we can do the same loop to offload all the wood at some point later. We started to get rid of our storage chests full of stone as well this time, by prioritizing stone like we are prioritizing wood for the furnaces. That is basically what we did in the last hour. How long have I been streaming? 1 hour and 20 minutes, oh god. Okay. I'm not gonna get started on solar versus nuclear again. That will take another 20 minutes. Right. Stop slacking. Alright. I'm just gonna stand over here. Which means once the rockets complete, we can quickly come back. I'm gonna leave the game running, but we are gonna go... But to put it simply, it's a UPS... No. 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 It's only... No, I'm not gonna get started. Okay, I'm gonna get started. Just this one UPS issue thing. Alright. Before we go to the calculator, just this one UPS issue thing. How many I'm running a 1000 signs per minute base on nuclear power at the moment. And look at my UPS. My UPS is 60. What do you need to run the game of Factorio? You need 60 UPS. If you use a mod which can speed up time, like I have, I can run 120 UPS, 1000 signs per minute on nuclear power. That's about the maximum. I cannot run much faster, but that's not an issue, because normally you need 60 UPS. So when is UPS an issue? If you go into thousands and thousands of signs per minute. Before that, UPS does not matter. It does not matter that your nuclear power is eating up 1% more UPS compared on your base scale than solar, because both of your bases, either on nuclear or solar, are just running at 60 UPS. So, is nuclear bad for UPS? No. Not for 99.5% of the players, only the ones which are making multiple thousands of signs per minute. Or, I guess if you run a quite old computer, you may get into that on maybe like several hundreds of signs per minute. Or if you use like a ton of UPS, if you use a ton of badly programmed mods which consume UPS, like, I'm not saying it's badly programmed, but the one which does like the giant splitter thing, where you just insert 6 belts into a giant splitter and it outputs 6 equally belts, that consumes a lot of UPS. But if you are playing with those mods, then you should not be complaining about about nuclear power using slightly more UPS than solar power does. So, okay, I'm already rambling on way too long about this again. Triggered, stop triggering me. Stop triggering me. I'm not gonna read the rest, I'm just gonna skip over the rest. I'm not gonna read it, I'm gonna get triggered. So, sorry, if you said something else, please say it again. I scrolled past the rest of it. Okay, I'm standing here. The rockets are about to be ready, so we may as well watch that one time then, in its full glory. Yeah, we're 98. Stop moving, Spidertron. That's nice. Have you played Shapes 2 yet? No, actually I haven't. I'm kind of interested. I'm interested in the game, but to be honest, I don't want to try it out right now, because when I tried Shapes 1, I got sniped pretty hard, and I missed a week of video basically because of Shapes 1. I don't want that to happen again, especially now on the holiday times, where I should be going outside a lot, and I have been doing so successfully. So yeah, I think I'm going to give it a try after I complete Warptorio, I guess. But by that time probably Factorio 2.0 is going to be out as well, so I am interested in it, but I just haven't had the chance to play it yet. Alright, we're gonna save right here. Stop slacking version 2. Looks like attempt 1 was not successful. Alright. I think it is time. It is time to go into calculator mode. Imo, you should clock the inserters for the satellite so the rockets launch all at the same time. I had a comparison between the two, and I liked this one better, in where they are slightly offset and form a nice launching pattern. So that is why I haven't fully synchronized them. Alright, we are going to get in here. Now we're going to get to the scary part. So we successfully done this part, 1000 signs per minute, which is overseeable, like a third of a belt of each science pack. Some things you need a lot of, but nothing too crazy, like 4 belts of steel. It's big, but it's still manageable, Not too daunting. It is quite big, but it is not it is not larger than your mind can comprehend. That is gonna change right now. We're simply gonna put a 0 behind each and every one of these signs per minute packs. Oh god. I guess we're just gonna start off with 10,080 for this as well. Looks like we need roughly 97 rocket silos. We could go for 100 or 97. Yeah, that we'll have to decide later, I guess. I'm scared to scroll down now. We're going to need 4 belts of every science pack, 4 compressed belts almost of every science pack. I mean, for red science that's not too crazy. Let's open that in a new tab. I mean, red science is still overseeable. I mean, 4 belts of iron, 3 belts of copper, That's nothing too crazy, but let's look at something like purple science. If we isolate purple science. Alright, let's now look. Okay, for purple science we need 23 belts of copper and 100. Oh god, what have I started? 110 belts of iron just for purple science. And that's including the maximum productivity already, which we can get. I guess the culprit is we need over 22 compressed blue belts of steel just for purple science. 60,000 steel a minute. We need more iron per minute than you need to play through the entire game and launch a rocket, basically. This is more iron than you strictly need to do that. We're gonna need that every minute. 1400 furnaces smelting iron with the double line beacon. I'm going to need a moment to wrap my mind around this. Holy moly. Holy moly. What are the power requirements? I guess the power requirements are simply going to be 10 times what we have now, which is okay. 100 and... this is more iron, this is like 2 times as much iron than all of the resources we are using for the 1000 signs per minute base combined. That is like 52-ish belts of resources, I think, for the 1000 signs a minute base. I guess I can still look that over here a bit. Like, let's just check out, yeah, 28 belts of iron, 22 belts of copper, that's 50 belts, and a bit of coal and stone. So yeah, roughly 50 to 55 belts of resources in total for the entire 1000 signs per minute base, including rocket launches and everything. And now we need twice that amount of belts, only iron, not even looking at coal or copper or the rest, or stone, not even looking at these 28 belts of stone we need. 110 belts of iron just for purple signs. Let's look at space signs. Space signs is supposed to be roughly twice as expensive. I guess it's not really twice as expensive because the purple signs ingredients of electric furnaces, productivity modules and rails, all of those don't take productivity modules. So you're missing a discount step in that. If we look at space signs, this is the wrong one. If we are looking at space signs, we're gonna need 2 compressed belts of speed modules. There's like 4 compressed red belts of rocket control units. I guess it's because we have this. If we make this exactly the same, yeah, this would be like 4 compressed red belts of rocket control units, 7200. Perhaps we're gonna go for 10,080 and just let the rocket silos go slightly off sync. I guess with 100 rocket silos there's always going to be a couple which are going off at the moment, so maybe that will look nice. Right. Alright, there's 110 belts of copper and 76 belts of iron. Ooh. And 11 belts of coal. That's a lot of stuff. That is a lot of stuff. We're also gonna have to worry about fluid throughput. Unfortunately it's not Factorio 2.0 just yet, which means we need 11 separate pipelines of oil to be able to get the oil throughput through the pipes that we need. Because now we still have to deal with flow speeds, and Factorio 2.0 flow speeds no longer exist. Whew. Yeah, belts of rails. I guess a lot of the steel is gonna go to rails. Where's the rails? And rails is in the purple signs. 27 belts of rails, because why not? We still only need like 1 belt of furnaces and productivity modules though, so at least that is overseeable. We need 3 times as many belts of red chips as we are using for our entire 1000 signs. Okay, I'm getting a headache of this already. I guess I am just gonna open all of these science packs in a new tab. Note there will be a little bit of flashing screen. Oh, we briefly interrupt this. I guess I can keep opening these tabs in the meantime. Oh, I messed it up already. I'll just open these tabs real quick while you don't have to deal with those flashing screens. Man, that is a lot of stuff, man. Oh. Alright, let's go back to here. Let's just start looking at the easy part. Man, given that we need this many belts of resources, I think the first design which comes to mind is to like automate the process of mining resources. I mean, I do not want to manually build and connect like a couple hundred belts of resources every time. So I think one of the first things I want to do is just to design like a mining setup which is already pre-connected to a smelting setup, so that I can just plop down a giant blueprint on top of a mine which is already pre-connected to a smelting setup, and then I can just take the processed belts of plates out of there, and we don't need to think about how to set up miners, how to set up furnaces. That would eliminate the most boring part of Factorio, I think. So we kind of have to see, kind of have to look the smallest patches we intend to use, and see how many belts of resources we can pull out of a single patch of resources. Maybe we'll have to make a few designs to accommodate for different density patches, because stuff like, I guess maybe stuff like stone and coal we could do by hand. Those patches are a bit smaller, I believe. Maybe not. Maybe they're the same size. They do appear smaller though, or at least some of them. No, it looks like most of them are smaller, like stone, 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 iron. I forgot the exact settings I used. If I made these patches smaller, that was a bad design choice for the map settings. Should have gone largest size on everything. It does look like I didn't go maximum size on these. That means we need different miner designs to compress belts and stuff, which is bad. Alright, so I guess let's just isolate iron again. I think last time I should make this iron plates. Let's make this iron plates. And we're gonna go maximum speed miners. I think we did it already last time. I think if we went to mining productivity level 50, which is 500% bonus, we would need only 6 miners to compress a belt of ore. That would definitely be enough for smelting plates. For that we need only 5 miners, so that's going to be good. But with steel we're going to be requiring full belts of ore. So I guess what we want to do is what do we want to do? I guess if we go... We're gonna get those weird gaps because the smelting setups are going to prefer the near side of the belt. So I guess we just simulate this without the productivity modules. And we want to make sure we can produce a compressed half belt of ore per side. So that means 6 miners per side. That means if we have productivity bonus level 51, we should have 510% bonus. Then we should slightly be overproducing with 6 miners to compress a blue belt of ore. And I think last stream I decided that was going to work. So let's take a look back in the game. current productivity bonus for mining equals 320%. So we need like 20 more levels of mining productivity. Let's do this one more time because I forgot, just to check. So this goes up by 2,500 per level flat, which means if we need 20 more levels, we need to determine the cost of level 43, which is going to be 95k. Let's say it's 100k, so we need 100k times 20 levels, which equals 2 million signs. Looks like we're going for bot speed 16, which bot speed doubles every level, so that is 2 million in signs as well. So I guess it is achievable to research 20 more levels of mining productivity. In fact, we probably should prioritize that after should we finish this bot speed? Maybe not, maybe we'll just switch to mining productivity now. Try to get it up to 510% as soon as possible, because that means we don't have to go into editor mode and artificially increase mining productivity level whenever we need to do a test. If we just researched already, then we can just do tests in the actual game as well. So I guess let's get started on that. Alright. So then it basically comes down to, let's test this. Let's see if we can get a full belt of production with mining productivity level 51. That is going to be the cornerstone of our mining operation for the 10k SPM base. So we should make sure that the very first step in the process is going to work as intended. So I guess it is time to save. Stopped slacking successful. Start 10k mining design. Good night, prefer to lurk. And BSG2 wiki as well, if you still hear this. Smelting ore on site is a big win. I would imagine so too, especially for steel, where you basically compress like 4 belts of ore into one. 5 belts without productivity. So that is a lot of things which need to be transported less far. Okay, we're going to make a separate save here. Editor mine design time. And I'm just going to use this map here. We're going to go into editor mode. We still have to issue the command twice, which indicates no command has been used before. Let's stop the time. Okay, I want to deconstruct everything, absolutely everything, except for roboports, because I cannot deconstruct the bots currently in the air. So well, that's going to be annoying. I guess we don't care about the trees and the fish and stuff. This is just a test map anyway. Okay, that was quite fast actually. I thought we would get very stuck very fast. Okay, that's the entire 1k SPM base gone out of existence. Alright, now if we play time again. Okay, all of these bots don't have storage nearby. I should have thought of that as well. Okay, all of these bots will go to sleep then. I guess we can leave this up. I mean, it's solar power. It should not use UPS, right? Alright. And then we're just gonna update the map so all of this is gone from the map. Alright, we have another set of bolts down here. Alright, now we can actually get rid of all of that then, including the roboports. Guess let's just get rid of... Okay, let's not do that. That's gonna mess me up, I think. Can get rid of all the raiders. I'm gonna make a save after I do. Let's just get rid of everything. Let's see if I can just break the game. Okay, it's now frozen. That's gonna probably take a little bit of time. That looks like a lot of entities which need to get deconstructed. Even the UPS counter is not updating anymore. Yeah, there's some ammo from the early game is still scattered about. Okay, looks like no bots are out of Roboport location and nothing is going on. Now the entire map is empty. Then we're gonna just update the entire thing. Funny patterns. There goes my entire base and also my entire solar field. Alright, that's done. The second time should go way faster. Yeah, alright, that is everything updated. So we have a completely empty map to play with, so I'm going to save this again. Empty map. So we can use this save later if we need to do it again. If we need an empty map again, we can just go back over here. Okay, we're not gonna delete absolutely everything, but I just wanted to get some of the annoying messages out of the way. I guess the spiders can stay. So I'm going to have to physically go over somewhere, so I don't have to do everything from the map view. Alright, we're over here. That's a large patch though. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be using patches like these. I think we should just skip those, since I am going to be relying on full belts from a patch for the rest of the game. I should not be drawing from patches which are not as saturated. Like this one, we'll probably disregard those. Or we need to make a system which compresses belts guaranteed. Right, but first of all, let's get started. The idea this is the editor's extensions mod, which is a lot nicer to use. So basically I can just say these things should always be in my inventory and they won't get used up like in normal editor mode, which is nice. Alright, so let's get some actual miners and some speed modules. So our end game plan is going to be 3 miners to fill up a blue belt on a single power line like this. This should be enough for a blue belt of ore. once we reach mining productivity level 50. So let's actually, I think we need to go to a different colored patch. With a better contrast, maybe copper, maybe coal. Copper doesn't have a good contrast either. Alright, I'm going to give myself a electric energy interface that's going to start up these mines. Okay, this is horrible too. Let's just go on iron. I think iron is the best. Probably maybe I should do it where it's nearby the edge so we can get a better... Yeah, this is a better contrast. Right, so now we're just going to delete this into... This like an infinity loader, it just deletes everything from the game. And now we can see there's definitely gaps in the belt. We can also show this gaps thing. But now the issue is, of course we don't have level 50 of mining productivity just yet. I'm not planning to beacon these because that goes, that's in the way of more miners. And the next threshold to get to 2 miners for a blue belt is very far away, I think. I think that's not going to be plausible. So let's get up to level... I can force research in the map editor by shift clicking. So now we're just researching. Up to level 49 should be exactly not enough. Level 50 should be exactly enough. So now we got... Okay, we need to research level 50. Like this. Level 51 is now available. And if you look on the right side here, we've got 500% productivity bonus. Which basically means every miner counts like 6. But then we also upgrade the speed from 0.5 to 1.25 with these 3 speed modules. Which means every miner counts for 15 regular miners. So if every miner counts for 15 and we need 90 miners to fill up a blue belt, 90 divided by 15 equals 6. So actually it should be pretty funny. We should be able to fill a yellow belt of ore with just 2 miners in that case. And indeed it looks like we can fill up a yellow belt of ore with 2 miners right here. Alright, but what do we see now? So theoretically this should work, right? We've got mining productivity level 50, which is... Okay, I want to go back. This unfortunately means... I want to go back to level 49, just to see if it's absolutely the threshold. Okay, so 49 available, 50 available. Now we have 490% productivity bonus. And you can see this yellow belt is no longer fully compressed. There are small tiny gaps between the ores, indicated by those white lines. So now we are not producing enough ore. It is really level 50 exactly, which pushes these miners up to be worth 15 miners apiece. And it is common early game factorial knowledge, you need 15 miners per side to fully compress a yellow belt of ore, which now we are doing. Those white lines are gone. Now we got an issue though. This belt speed is 15 items a second, and blue belts are twice as fast at 45 items a second. So you would say we just need 3 times the amount of miners, right? Well, apparently that's not the case. We have these white lines in between here still. I think even if I just stop it for a while and start it again, yeah, we're going to see those white lines. And why is that? That has to do with the moment where these productivity bonuses trigger. So if we slow down the game a lot, you see the productivity bonus goes like 5 times before a single craft is completed. So, next Factorio exploit, infinite ore. Okay, let's not get sidetracked. I want to get the credits to Factorio patch 1.1.111.2, but they're not gonna fix that. I'm gonna get to that in a second. You can get infinite ore in Factorio, I just realized. Anyway, this is not working because of the bonus production is not synchronized between these 3 miners. Here it is synchronized because there is nothing to synchronize, it's only 1 miner per side. So the production speed of this miner is just exactly the right amount to fill up this belt with ore. But these 3 miners per side do not cooperate that well together, like the single miner on the yellow belt, which means it's probably safe to assume we're going to need another level of mining productivity bonus. Maybe not. What about if we do this instead? Okay, so now we're going to be side loading this belt, and theoretically that appears to fix it. Alright, so the problem with this is sometimes this miner simply doesn't have space to output the ore because the belt is occupied, and you can see these this jittering of the miner, and that is why the belt is not full. So this miner is not producing all the time. This miner is producing all the time. This one is going smooth. I cannot really show it off properly, but this miner is working all the time. This one is probably working all the time, but this one is like jittering. It is not producing all the time, which is why this setup is not working. Sometimes there's no space to output, and this green light turns yellow for a fraction of a second, and that in that fraction of a second we get these white lines. Because if this miner stops, that means at the moment where there is enough space on the belt, it has no ore. It has not enough ore ready to fill up all the spaces on the belt. So side loading should fix that. But then again, we are producing exactly enough. I guess if we stop it for a moment, now it should stay full until the end. But if we start it up from scratch, these belts are going to be uncompressed all the time, which is probably bad for UPS. It would be better if these belts are compressed all the time, and if I don't need to remember to just block the belt before starting up the miner. So I think the best way to handle this problem is to do the side loading. Let's also copy one without side loading, just to see how they compare. Or did I somehow manage to... I somehow managed to synchronize these perfectly now. Yeah, but that's an unrealistic scenario, right? If I just do this, like place them at random intervals, like is the case in the game, this is not gonna fix itself. Yeah, we're getting that yellow light here again, or in this one at least. Okay, now the bottom half seems to be synchronized well, but the top half not. So it's kind of unreliable, right? What if we had one more level of mining productivity? That means we have one level too many to be precisely correct, but that's a good thing. So now we have 510% productivity bonus. I'm curious, will this stay compressed? Now this miner is going to be working not all the time. Almost all the time, but not all the time. I guess we're not really interested in the yellow belt one anyway. Yeah. Looks like we actually unsynchronized the bottom half now, as that has got gaps in there as well. Now though, this does actually back up to the miner, even if we start from scratch, right? Because our production is just a little bit too high. This belt should just fill up completely, and when that happens, this miner, this light, should be yellow a fraction of the time once it's fully backed up, like right now. Yeah, there it starts blinking. So now we have overproduction, which is good. We have a full compressed belt with 3 miners per side and a little bit of overproduction with mining productivity level 51. Alternatively, we could just try to get as much levels of mining productivity so that this will also reliably compress a belt. I imagine if we have 4 miners, it will be reliably compressed already. Because what happens now is this just stores up 1 ore, and the white lines are infrequent enough that the stored up ore will be in time to fill up the belt every time. So either have to go 4 miners per belt, which I don't really want, or we have to go much higher level of mining productivity, which I also don't really want, or we have to just sideload like this, which is looking to be the best option really. Infinite ore means infinite everything. Yeah. Matcha already suggested the sideloading as well. I'm not sure how good sideloading is for UPS. I do seem to recall reading somewhere from an unverified source, so who knows, that it's the same UPS cost as a splitter, so that is not great. But then again, if currently I'm using one of these. Okay, I deleted the map, I forgot. Currently was using one of these sort of like belt side balancers to make sure the ore backed up. So I guess I can just do this without disregard. Let's just try adding levels of mining productivity and see when these gaps fill up. That's 52, this is 53. Looks like quite a few levels. Let's try to get one more. So yeah, this naturally remains full. Here we still get gaps. I'm getting more and more convinced I should just do this. Because who knows, there may be like one certain configuration of times where you place the miners, like timings, where you still get desynchronization even at the level which you think is safe, which is going to be quite bad if you're relying on full belts to get, like, for steel production, for instance. Okay, still some white lines here and there. We're already 6 levels above the theoretical level which we need. This is the 7th. Alright, 8. Let's speed it up a bit. So yeah, some white lines still 8 levels above, 9 levels above. Okay, there was a white line. Another white line, another white line. Very infrequent, but they are there. When are they completely gonna disappear? When are they reliably gonna disappear completely? I don't know. I don't think that's determinable. I mean, now I've got no lines on the screen, but what Now what if I just change the configuration? This is a question mark. It can work for a long time and then desynchronize still. So we're gonna go with the side loading design where we just need mining productivity level 51 to be safe, and that should be all there is to it. And that is achievable. Alright, so we're gonna use this design. Let's go back to 1 time speed, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. So this is our this is our main design. This is gonna be our main mining design. So now we just gotta figure out how many of these we can fit on a single patch reliably. We do want enough ore under every miner. These things mine at 1.25 ore a second. Let's say there's 1 million ore under each miner. So under this one, 1.2, 1.6, 4 million. Let's say how long does it take to mine 1 million ore? At 1.25 a second, that takes 800,000 seconds. 36, let's say 4,000 seconds is 1 hour. Then 8,000 seconds is 2 hours. Then 800,000 seconds is 200 hours. So if there's 1 million ore under there, it could mine for 200 hours. 1 million ore, 200 hours. A little bit more, I guess, since we rounded up, but let's say 200 hours. We gotta take into account that this miner is also sharing like these 10 tiles with this miner though. So it's gonna be a bit less. Is 200 hours enough? I'm gonna guess that's enough because we're just gonna switch on the base, let it run. I think I'm gonna call it a success if I got like 10 hours of 10,000 signs per minute production. The game is gonna run at like, I don't know, 30 UPS, I hope, with the 10k SPM base. So it's gonna take 20 hours of simulation to get like a production graph of 10 hours. I'm not really willing to do like 100 hours of simulation. Also, 10 hours of simulation should be plenty enough to see if there are any problems with the design of the base, rather outside of ore supply. We could still do a backup way to supply some ore, like eventually we could like fit all of the we could outfit all of the base with bots. Just have another couple miners mining into like buffer chests, and then just have like a stack inserter side loading each belt which comes out of there. So even if a belt does run out of ore and some of the miners get decommissioned, we still get compressed belts of ore thanks to the bots delivering ore to these chests and us side loading them onto each individual belt. I guess we can go even more compact with that. Like a 2 belt span, like so. So that is like an end game post 10k SPM based solution to keep all the ore belts compressed with bots. And given that we are not planning to have miners run out at all, this should not consume UPS a lot, I think, if we just get like a couple stacks of ore in here. Let's say like 4 stacks of ore, or maybe more, let's say 10 stacks of ore. Yeah, it probably will consume some UPS, but this is like a fail-safe mechanic. That's actually, I'm going to blueprint that because that's actually a decent idea. So this is gonna be late game fail-safe mechanic to keep 10k SPM. I guess we put that as the first mining blueprint. It's going to be like a MISC one, so let's put it somewhere at the bottom. So that's actually a kind of a decent idea. Right, so that means I do not need to worry too much about how much ore is under there exactly. I'm gonna guess if we got over 1 million, we're gonna be okay. And we won't even be needing this system. We will still implement it. Like, you could say if you have a train base, you need to keep supplying ore from different locations. We could do this to make sure all of the belts around the entire base, all of the 500 belts we need, remain full. That's quite a rough estimation by Mr. Spreadsheet. For these kind of things, like a cosmological way of estimating things is good enough, and I'm happy if my answer is within 5 orders of magnitude or so. On other things like the 1000 signs per minute base, the design has to be mathematically precise, but here we are happy when cosmologists are happy. So yeah, okay, let's get rid of this for now. We have that idea saved in the blueprint book. Now we're just gonna figure out how many times how many belts can we get out of a patch. Immediately there seems to be one issue, and that is we cannot get very many of them because these are going to be blocking each other. So I guess we can stagger them like so, right? Right, if we leave one belt of space between, it's also going to be better for the ore density under the miners, since they have to share the ore with less miners. But now we can actually build a miner behind that, which has a belt coming through. These belts would be going out. Right. Then we have 2 layers of miners. If we move that somewhere around the halfway mark of the patch. I guess we should have the center. We should start from the center, since the patches are fairly rounded off, which means we want like 1 extra belt in the center and 1 less belt at the top to create a nice round shape. Now we can technically flip this around. Let's keep 1 belt of space here as well. And that does fit pretty decently on this patch. 2 million, 3 million. Oh, there's 1.7 million. That's the least rich one, 1.7 million. That should be enough for 300 hours, over 300 hours of production. Yeah, astrophysics, pi equals 10 or pi equals 1, both are good enough. Okay, but that's a lot of belts. This is 11 belts. This is 11 belts, so that is 22 belts out of a single patch. And we're not even using all of it. How does this fit on the other patches? 900k, 700k. I mean, here it fits perfectly. Maybe I should make it a little bit less wide, just to keep it reliable. This size does seem to fit on most of the patches though. And I guess we're going to be researching even more mining productivity, so... $1,900,000, 1,800,000, 800,000. And it's actually, even on these smaller patches, it still seems to fit pretty well. Yeah, that one is over here. Right, the thing is, the 10k SPM base should work from the get-go, so anything I research with 10k SPM is no longer gonna be helpful for the 10k SPM, except maybe indeed these miners running out. I just noticed a flaw in my system, and that's these modules. So I kind of, for the 1k SPM I use a similar amount of productivity and speed modules, but of course for the 1k SPM I'm not using Mark III speed moduled miners, and we're going to have a lot of those apparently. So we're probably going to need, if we need like 600 belts of ore or something, that means we're going to need like at least 1000 let's see, 20 modules per belt times 500 belts, 10,000 more Mark III speed modules, only for the miners, on top of what we already require. So we have to kind of check if that fits in the budget once we get back to the actual game. Anyway, this seems to kind of work. I kind of want to quickly jump back to the calculator here, just to see what kind of amounts we are dealing with. I guess red signs we should ignore, because that's just 4 belts and 3 belts. Plus green signs, 12 belts of iron, just over 2 belts of copper. Red and green combined would make 12 plus 4 equals 16 belts of iron. 16 is a nice number. Also, 16 also works well with the maximum underground length of blue belts. We can bridge 8 at a time. 16 is a good number. 24 would be a good number, but we cannot really get that out of the patch in the way I currently designed it. Military, we're probably not going to make military signs. I guess maybe we will make military signs after the 10,000 signs per minute base is up and running. Just to have something to do during the 20 hours or during the 10 in-game hours of measured production. So I guess we could have a look. 22 belts of stone and a little bit. That would be 1 stone patch. Let's just quickly go back. I get sniped here. If we find a big stone patch, we need a really big one for military signs then. That's not quite gonna fit, is it? I think I diminished the sizes of stone and coal a bit. That was a mistake. Don't do that, because now I need a separate design for my stone mine. Alright, so it doesn't matter. I guess maybe this one would fit. That's probably not going to be rich enough all the way through. Yeah, that's 200k only in the edges. Alright, so that's not going to work. That was a mistake. It was a mistake to lower the size and richness of the resources, of which I didn't need so much. Maybe I could have lowered the frequency a bit more, but I should have kept the size and richness intact, maximized. Alright, back to this planner. So we don't need to take that into account then. Not sure I'm gonna approach steel again. Because this is like 18 belts of iron, but if I ignore steel, it's 12 belts of iron. So that's kind of the question. Blue signs. I guess here we're already going to be like making red chips separately again for this. We need 18 belts of iron, 9 belts of copper. If we ignore steel, we need 11 belts of iron. Trying to figure out a logical size for my miners. Here we got 30 belts of stone roughly. So that's like 2 times 16. 16 could be a good number. I'm kind of leaning towards 16. I probably need a way more detailed look into this. Yeah, no, I probably cannot really predict what the optimum size is gonna be. It is just too large to comprehend in one go. Let's think about it a different way. If I have 16, if I would have 16 belts per patch, and we need roughly 600 or so belts, let's say 640. That means we need to draw from 40 ore patches for the 10k SPM base. So that's easy. That's easily gonna work, it appears. Let's just check. Let's just check this area. Let's just check this square area. We've got like 2 of these areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We easily got like 15 to 20 usable patches in here, which means in this entire patch we easily have like 16 usable patches or so. We're gonna do as much smelting on site as we possibly can, I think. So yeah, this is 22 belts. 22, 3, 4. Yeah, by doing I cannot really get a nice number out of this if I do this. I could make it square, then it would be 20 or 16 exactly. I mean, what's the main problem? The main problem is the width, right? The thing is, if I cut off all the extra belts, let's choose a different one. If I cut off all the belts, the footprint is a little bit wider than it's high. Alright, what if I plop this down, let's say plop it down here. What if we just delete one miner from the width? And I do this trick again. Okay, now it's reasonably square. So let's find two adjacent patches. So this kind of has the same dimensions as this rotated. It is now square. Okay, that's a good thing, because these patches spawn mostly rounded off. So perhaps we should just go, for simplicity, just go with just cut off one of these minors from each side. This does not look square because of the belt sticking out, but this is a square design. Like if I just paste it on top of each other, now you can see this fairly square. So I guess this is going to be the design then. That's also going to be a little bit more reliable to place on the smaller patches. That means we're going to have 9 belts out of each side. That is 18 belts. 16 belts would be good. What about... Kinda would be great if we could combine... Let's say I want to cut off this part. Okay, where am I? I'm here. This is the actual thing, right? This is the actual thing. Stay with me a bit. Let's paste it over here. I want to make a little bit of a change. What if this was like so? Just half a belt on the outside. And here we would just have half a belt. We would somehow need to combine it with this one, because this is also going to be flipped. Let's get rid of the lower half for now. So we only need to do it once. That means this belt has got to join up with this belt. Could do something dumb like this. Just to make it look more confusing. Don't worry, I'm gonna switch this on with one of these accumulators, so we don't have to just visualize that. And then we just side load it onto that side of the belt. Now we got 8 belts coming out. And that's all going to be mining. Now we got the outermost miners are idle. We can use these belts to side load these in case any one of these miners cuts out, like this one. Now we're going to have gaps in this belt, but we can use the ore from these 3 miners and these 3 miners to side load these belts, so we don't even need the bot network in the end. Alright, so this is working. So this belt, these miners are mining onto this belt like usual, It looks weird, but it just goes underground all the way to here, side loading this belt. So basically these 3 miners and these 3 miners are a team. They are the same like these 6 miners compressing this belt, just they are doing it in a weird offset way, but it is working. There is no gaps in there. These are now idle and these are now idle. Those are on the edges, so that's good. They are probably going to be the weakest miners of the bunch, I guess, combined with these. But that means we can have a little bit of extra security in there if we just let's get rid of this miner once again. So basically we just do something like this, and then we start side loading. We start side loading these belts somehow. Something like this. And now we've got this backup belt working to side load the missing ore in this belt over here. So we basically are assuming this miner has run out, and now we are basically keeping the belt compressed with this extra ore. That's a nice fail-safe mechanic. It does look like we need to implement this a bit different though, because we've got to reach all 8 of these belts in a specific way. So we gotta fix it up a little bit, but that is the basic idea. And we gotta hydrate. I didn't even see that. Yeah, that's my hydration bottle. I don't see. Alright, my chat just cut out during the hydration thing. Isn't it better to just pop down a blueprint on another patch? Well, but then you have to connect it to the right patch and you have to know what runs out. I'm going to try to make this like zero maintenance. Just plop it down and never think about it again. That is the idea. This actually gives me an idea. Alright, so I'm going to have this rotated on the other side as well, which makes these miners idle as well. Which means instead of combining these 3 idle miners and these 3 idle miners, I can just combine these 6 miners over here. So let's just go like so. And that's gonna be the last one, belt number 9, the belt which is destined to side load the other 8 belts. That's gonna be a full belt as well. Alright, I'm kinda liking this so far. That means this is part of the blueprint. This is not part of the blueprint. This is now rotationally symmetric, right? I can just do this and it will fill up everything except this one belt which is missing that miner. Let's fix that for now. Okay, so now we got 18 belts of compressed ore from a single patch, and this is going to be small enough that it fits on almost all patches, I think. So that's going to be these 18 belts are going to supply 16 furnaces worth of production. We don't even need full belts for the plate production, we need like 5/6 of a belt. So yeah, we don't really need to worry that much about ore running out for those, but for steel production we need to make sure to place it on our richest patches, because there we're gonna be consuming the entire belt of ore. Alright, so for now we'll just place this back. And now we gotta design this side loading thing. So let's just stop time for a bit, because it is looking annoying. Okay, I think we'll just copy paste this onto a friendlier part of the map, like here. And now we just gotta plop this belt on all 8 of these belts. I'm gonna guess we are going to need to underground these belts here. I'm gonna have to do something like that. It's kind of tricky to have only one tile. One, two, three, four, five. I think if this is not moving, it should not consume extra UPS, but I'm not entirely sure. I think it only consumes, it is programmed to be like one thing anyway, just like solar is programmed to be one big solar panel. I think like not moving belt sections which don't move stuff are programmed to be just one thing as well. Only when it's on screen and everything needs to be drawn, it will consume like GPU time, but I think if it remains backed up, it doesn't matter how long the belt is, it's just going to be stored like one thing in the internal memory. So I think we can do this without any repercussion really. And I think this is repeatable. Or is it? Okay, that is not repeatable because we cannot... we need to be even slimmer than this. That means we're gonna need an inserter or a splitter in this direction. It's probably gonna solve some of that problem. There's like 3 belts and 4 belts, that's probably gonna be okay. Then it's basically gonna look like this. Maybe we're just gonna do this instead and have this as short as possible. Okay, this is a nice idea, but looks like it's not working. I think this idea is gonna be repeatable. Alright. So yeah, basically this goes in here, the ore flows everywhere, this is now connected, and this part is just repeatable, like so. And in the end we'll just down it on an underground belt, so I guess this is ready to be pasted back onto our actual mine up here. Which one is it again? It was this one. Right, so now if we switch on the simulation again, Nothing happens because it's not powered. Now it is powered. Right, from scratch. Let's actually double that. And I'll rotate it because it fits better on the screen. Alright, so all of these belts are compressed. 8 belts on this side, 8 belts on this side. And then we've got an extra belt of ore which is just filling up this belt right now. And should soon, it should stop moving entirely. So nothing is happening. This entire belt is idle. And I hope that that means that all of these splitters are not consuming UPS either, because they're not doing anything. This is just a static belt at the moment. And only once we lose, let's say this miner runs out, that means this belt is not going to keep up anymore. Now we start to side load a bit. And now some of these, now this miner is producing sometimes. Right, so that's one miner runs out. We can theoretically lose this entire belt, and that should, if we lose 6 miners, we're still fine. Now this is just, this belt is empty, this is completely side loaded. And this belt is now just moving at full speed. So we can lose up to 6 miners anywhere. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that should still result in belts being full. Let's speed it up. No white lines by getting through. But if we lose the 7th miner, that's miner number 7, that's probably going to lead to problems. Or is it? Ah wait, my mining productivity level is way too high. We should be at level 51. That is why it's not failing. So that means I have to do the 6 miner thing again. 50, 51, research 51, that's the target. Okay, let's first put everything back. Alright, here we go again. Let's speed it up. So this is normal. Now we barely should be able to keep up. This belt still is not moving. So now we delete 7 random miners. Or like 6. 1. Let's first do this again. The side loading still works, even if we lose 6 miners in one column, which is unlikely but can happen. Now we're just gonna delete 7 random miners, or 6 random miners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6. 6. Not 7. No white lines. But if we do 7, now we should see some white lines starting to sneak through somewhere after this belt empties out for a bit. I think, yeah, I will set up. Yeah, here we see it. Now we see these white lines. That should eventually fix itself again once I Control Z the 7th missing miner back into place. and it appears that it does. So 6 miners per side. Alright, so wiring this up should be pretty easy. What we can do, we just get a programmable speaker, plop it, I guess we'll plop it here. We will hook up that to this belt over here, and here we just say not enable disable, it can flow freely. We just read belt contents in pulse mode. We can do on hold. If we do it on hold, it will send out a signal of 8, since 8 pieces of since we can see it on the power line overlay here, 8 pieces of ore fit on a belt. But it's probably easier to just do pulse mode, which only sends the signal for 1 tick when the item enters the belt. Now we should not read anything unless the belt is moving. Then we should read like 2, 2, 2, 2. So let's go down. Let's go down to like single ticks. Okay, now we get a signal of 2 because items enter the belt. And the next tick it's gone again. So you can see on some ticks there's a signal and on other ticks there's no signal. So basically what we want to do is we want this thing to sound an alarm, only visual please. And we just wanted to show an alert. Let's say iron ore. And we want to do that when iron does not equal 0. Alright, that means that whenever this belt is not moving, we get no alarm. Nothing is moving, so we don't get new pulse signals onto this green wire. And we get no reading of iron. But as soon as this belt just moves a little bit, we get the alarm here in the bottom. For like 10 seconds. Okay, now it's gone again. So nothing is happening, the belt is not moving, belt is not moving. Let's actually simulate this properly. So we get that alarm now because we connect the belt. So let's get rid of it. We'll go a little bit so that the alarm will not be on the iron patch. The alarm will be here. If one of these miners gets out of ore, it should not take very long for this signal to pop up. And then we can catch that this has started moving. Now what we can do is we simply can just replace the miner for something else, or well, we can fix that. We can perhaps just put an entire new line somewhere, because here is more space, and then just connect that to the belt which is missing or something. But we can at least take action long before we run into problem. If we don't want to be super pedantic, we could set this... no, we cannot. No, let's just keep it like this. As soon as this belt moves, we get an alarm. That is the way to go about it. Okay. Yeah, I set this wrong. See, now I set it back in line instead of side loading, and the belt is not full, we still get the signal. So now the signal should go away. Alright, signal goes away. Okay, I think we've got our mining design figured out over here. Let's make a temporary blueprint of that in case I mess up. This is the 16 belt miner. 16 version 1. Put it in the book. Okay, so now we cannot lose it anymore. Yeah, we are at 6 miners per belt plus security. We've got security from the production by side loading plus having 1 extra level than what we need. We've got 510% productivity bonus instead of 500. And we've got protection against a couple miners running out. If 1 miner runs out, this extra belt will keep the belt compressed, and the alarm will notify us that that this belt is moving, so that 1 miner somewhere has run out and we can take action. So actually I probably should set this signal to be like more generic. There is no generic OR signal. Could do the info signal. 1 miner has run out of ore. Alright, so that is more fine-tuned. We could also like generalize this, I think, by doing the anything. If anything is not 0, then we get an alarm. Then it will also work on copper, right? So now if I do this, we should pretty soon get that info. 1 miner has run out of ore. See map for details, and we can just go to the map location where it is happening, and then we can spot which one has run out and do something about it. Alright, so now if I paste this on copper, it should also work. As soon as we paste this, we get the signal. But that's because of the startup time. This belt is going to move for a little bit, but eventually it will stop. And then if a miner runs out of ore, we will get that signal again. Alright, and we do. Alright, so that is now nicely generalized. Alright, so I guess we have to update the blueprint already. I'm still gonna call it version 1 though. We'll just select new contents. We're gonna have to fine-tune this a bit further. Alright, that is a miner with multiple levels of fail-safeness. I don't think this can ever go wrong. Famous last words, but I really don't see a way for this to sneak up on me now, unless we get attacked by biters being generated by pollution spreading off the map. Then it still could happen, but for the rest I think we're going to be good. Right, so that's the miner design. Now we gotta make a furnace design attached to it, which is going to be pretty simple. We already got a furnace design in the 1K book, and that's going to be perfectly fine, I think. The question is, I did also make a clocked one in the Mike Learns clocking book. So this design is clocked. I already forgot exactly how I did it, but there's basically a timer running, and all the inserters swing only. They only swing when they need to. That did save a bunch of inserter UPS, but it cost approximately exactly the same amount of circuit network UPS. So I'm not really sure I want to go that way. And my tests did not lead to a net increase in UPS. So I think I'm not gonna go the clocking way. Oh yeah, I need to add in the alarm. Like, I need to rechat a bit more. Alright, so we'll just do this, rotate it on here, and now this side is connected as well. Switched on for a single tick, I guess. And then we have to update the design again. This is, I guess, select new contents. I guess we should be honest and call this version 1, version 3. This is version 3 of version 1. You don't actually need to clock the inserters taking ore, they will clock themselves. I noticed it led to trouble if I didn't clock the inserters really. I'm not sure I remember this quite well enough. The thing is, they would draw too irregular if I let them take 12 ore freely. So you only need 10 ore to smelt into 12 ore. The maximum stack size is 12. So these output 12 ore, but the 12 ore, or these output 12 plates, but these 12 plates require only 10 ore. So when this was set to take freely... Ah wait, no, maybe you're right. When this was clocked and set to take 12, I ran into problem with the belt start stopping and having not enough ore available at the end. But I guess if they all take freely, maybe it would not be a problem, it would self-synchronize. But this worked as well. I guess these inserters also only activate when... Okay, that is actually interesting. These inserters also only activate when they need to, and they will grab 12 ore by themselves without having to be checked off, without having to be circle controlled. These will outsert whatever is in the furnace, so they will grab one plate every time happily, if that's all that's available. So we have this condition on here to do that. Alright, we're gonna do a quick intermission test. B 262B miner designed. This time I'm gonna spell. I can do it. Right? Yeah, that's right. Miner designed. I did have some clocking saved somewhere. Right. I'm going to put you back on this screen while I explore my secret save folders a bit. I don't want to do any spoilers of potential Warptorio stuff. I'm not sure where exactly I saved that. Clocking. 10k SPM prep maybe. Don't think so. Don't think so. Okay, I have no idea where I saved it then. Did I even save it? Who knows? Can I search in my saves? Clocking. I can search in my saves, but it does not go through all folders. So I still need to know in which folder I saved it. This is old stuff. Sorry about this. Just to exclude you from this part. No. Thanks, Boy, for the 7-month subscription. Yeah, time flies, that's really. Joining at the most interesting moment of the stream where I have you on the Factorio browser view. Let me at least put a better one up there. This is 10k SPM. Modded, it's not modded, so it's not in there. Completed projects. I think, okay, we'll just create a new one then. I guess we'll just, I'll bring you back as well, sorry about that. We're just gonna quickly do this. Again, it's not a lot of work. I think I didn't, wait, I saved those big blueprints. So I had the double clock design. I did not have the single clocked design. So I gotta make it okay, these are unclocked, right? So let me get this straight. Clocking book. Unclocked. This is like 100 bells, I think. Yeah, 100, yeah. This is 100 bells of iron. So 1, 2, it's going to take a while to paste. 3, maybe from the map view it go faster. 4, not really. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's wrong. Control Z. Come on. That is 10 stacks, that's 1000 bells. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, that's 1000 bells. Now if I play this, it's all going to be synchronized, so that is bad. Should have thought of that. What are we doing this stream? We were working on the first design for the 10,000 signs per minute base, which is gonna be the miner. The miner has to be rock solid. Basically, we don't want oh, I have created a lot of pollution, I guess. So I basically should start playing this. So here the ore comes in. I should upgrade everything to stack inserters, I guess, to make it. Was this the reason my clocking didn't work? Because my original design uses fast inserters instead of stack inserters? It could very well be. Okay, maybe I understand my mistake now. So I guess we do one with stack inserters instead. That is the. That seems so obvious now. I couldn't figure it out at the time. So make a copy of this as well. And we upgrade it to stack inserters. Yeah, that's like that. We copy this as well. For stack inserter. Alright, let me delete all of this. Wait, this should actually speak for the unclocked variant, right? We'll see how it goes. Yeah, this improves the unclocked variant. What am I talking about? Okay, no stack size overriding. So this is the issue with the unclocked variant. This just takes all of the items one by one. These grab 12 at a time though. And since we need only 5/6 of a belt, this is going to be good for plate smelting for sure. I'm not sure it's going to work out for steel though, because there we need a very regular pickup pattern as well. Yeah, I see the input inserters should theoretically time themselves. And actually my steel design also doesn't need completely full belts, if I remember correctly. Let's grab my steel design here. Oh wait, steel. Let's go here. We change this to steel. I think what I did is and we are consuming a full belt of ore. Right, yeah. No, wait. Huh? We are not consuming a full belt of ore. That was 35 something. Apparently not. Oh, that's very close. That goes 777. Yeah, what we are doing is basically, what we will do is we will use 4 of these belts and combine that into one blue belt. So times 4. Too lazy to do this from the top of my head. I'll just quickly do that. It's 3108. Alright, so now we are consuming 4 belts of ore and we are turning that into 1 belt of steel, but that is going to be throttled, I guess. So we could do this and just use 4 belts of ore to supply that, and we won't need to consume the entire belt of ore, so we have a little bit of leeway, even if the we have a little bit of leeway. I cannot. Even if the ore belt is consumed a little bit irregular and there is a little bit of start-stopping going on, it still won't destroy us, since we have... I don't know, this is a little bit too much overflow though. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll figure it out a little bit later. Let's first go back to this clocking experiment before we run all over the place. Full beacon smelting would probably be more UPS efficient. But I kind of like this design. Smelting is going to be quite large as this already. So I don't really want to... do more of that. A larger setup of that. Alright, let's... this is now the new design. So let's plop down a couple ones of the new design. It's kind of important they don't all work at exactly the same time. If they are too synchronized, then the inserter time usage will not be as precise. Okay, let's go back to map view. There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need in total roughly like 560 compressed belts of ore. In reality a little bit more, because we're not gonna be fully using every compressed belt of plates, plates. We're not gonna be using every compressed belt of plates. Right, so here we go. We'll try to speed up the game to 2 times. 4 times. I'm getting 88 to 90 UPS. Perhaps I should just stamp down more copies until we naturally drop below 60 UPS. Misclicked again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do a dropping. Let's go 3 more. Then we have 20 stacks. Alright, we have 20 stacks. I'm getting a very stable 44 UPS. Maybe I should look at the black void. Just look somewhere over here. Okay, I'm getting 50-ish UPS. Okay, circuit networks are doing 0. Entity update 14. That's from all the inserters mostly. And transport lines, the blue belts, only 1.6. So that's like 1/10. So the belts are going to be okay. The inserters are doing like 8 to 9. The furnaces are doing 3, looks like. Alright, we got roughly 33,000 active inserters at every given time. This number is not going up too much, so looks like 53 UPS. Okay, let's save again. UPS unclocked was 53.3. Kind of jumps over the place a bit, between 53 and 55, let's say. Let's see if now we do clocking. That was 20. And it's taking a while to deconstruct. This happened before. The game won't crash normally. There it is, it's gone. Just need to not deconstruct that part. Alright, so let's do a single clocked one. That was single clocked, right? This is double clocked. Double clocked was not needed, since the input inserters regulate themselves, so we don't need to waste. I think my mistake was we don't need to waste circuit network time on the input inserters. I think my mistake last time was assuming it would either be unclocked or double clocked, while single clocked may be the best version. Right, so how does this work? Just to go quickly over it. Basically, we did some math. I already forgot how I did it, but this needed to be 48. This divides two things over each other, and that basically sends one active tick every cycle. This counts up to 9600 in steps of 48, and that's exactly the right timing to send a one tick signal to all these output inserters to grab all the iron from the furnaces every time there is 12 iron inside. So these every time grab 12 iron in perfect unison. Alright, and this is a special one. This is the 13th furnace, which is not working all the time. That is gonna go up to 100. These are just keeping the side loading belts full. So I think that is set up correctly. And these are unregulated. Alright, so let's copy this one 20 times, then we don't need to make any changes here. We just grab the single clocked one. This is gonna take a while. We need to copy this thing 17 more times. I'm just gonna count out loud. 5, 6, 7. I wish I could speed this up. 8. Don't misclick. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 3 more, come on, 18, 19, 20. Now let's verify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 5. Alright, this is just that doesn't exist anymore. This, yeah. Alright, so now we got the same amount of production, but all the inserters are clocked. At least the output inserters are. So now if I go out of map view and I go over here, my UPS is actually lower than it was before we did the clocking. So if I now compare time again, show time usage, we still got a lot of inserter updates going on. Now roughly, before 33,000 inserters were active at any one time, now it's roughly 20,000, so we did reduce inserters by a lot. But not enough to matter, apparently. The furnaces are doing the same, 4, the inserters are doing about 5 to 6. The arithmetic combinators and decider combinators aren't doing all that much. We just got 20 of those. So those aren't doing anything, but the overall transferring of the circuit network is taking a full millisecond now almost. And my overall UPS is lower than it was with the... Well, it's actually kind of the same. Kind of the same. Kind of the same. So yeah, I still don't see how... I see how clocking reduces the time the game spends on inserters, but the trade-off is that the circuit network itself is consuming the time to transfer the signals to all those inserters. And I remember I tested this in different ways. I tested everything on one giant clock. I tested it with like 40 different clocks, which are all offset from each other naturally by stamping at different times. It didn't really matter. The big clock did matter though, as you would get like a giant wave of inserter updates and then nothing. And then a giant wave, that was even worse. So yeah, not really sure how to fix that really. So I don't know if anyone in the chat who did do clocking successfully, like verified successfully, could point out any mistake I'm making right here, but I don't really see how clocking is beneficial overall, at least not in the way I hooked it up. I watched a tutorial by a guy called Night Elite on inserter clocking. Night Elite. He used this method, he explained this method very well, and it does work exactly as described. The only thing is, it does not seem to save UPS overall. So yeah, I'm not really sure what more to do about it. I also all of these are like stack filter inserters. I read somewhere they are better for UPS than regular stack inserters, but perhaps they're not. So does this break anything? Well, some of the inserters have to wait for ages, but most of them don't. Like the first 3 of each pair, they are not waiting that long. Perhaps I should space them out better. If I space them out evenly, would that work better? I mean, if I did it like this. I guess I would have to do it like this instead. So all 6 of them are spaced out evenly. Of course it's not going to help on the single line, I just want to see the effect. I think I disconnected it from the clock now. Alright, there we go. Maybe that's the secret. Now they are active a lot shorter. I guess, yeah, if I do like a full beacon setup, I will save on smelters and I will save on inserters. I just think it's so boring. I don't know. Maybe I should just succumb to it. Okay, I want to try this though. So let's deconstruct everything again. And while the game processes that, let's go over here. Let's go back to a belt of iron. So currently we've got a 16 beacon setup, which needs 13 furnaces, 12 full ones and the 13th one to sideload everything, the remainder. If we go for a 12 beacon setup, we need 9 furnaces instead of 13. And we also would need like only 1 inserter to input and output. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be that fast that a single stack inserter cannot keep up. It is a significant reduction though. Nine instead of 13, that is pretty significant. I guess that's the real way to save UPS instead of trying this part over here. Looks like everything is updated. All right. So I guess we take the problem was basically in my original design. Create copy over here. That's the copy. Alright, here. The copy goes here. Here we're gonna do like better. Spaced out evenly. So we're gonna start with this guy. The clocking setup is not included in this one. So this is the clocking mechanism. Now we just got to delete all of this to the top. We'll stack that up there again later. Actually, let's make a marker. This is the final height once we start copying again. Alright, that's working. So if I cut and paste, the settings should be remembered. Alright, now they have just like exactly short output cycles, except these two, which should just be able to output freely, really. So maybe we should just not clock these at all. This is gonna fill up anyway. These are gonna take 12 plates at a time anyway, so we don't need to waste clocking on those inserters. Alright. And now we need to do this a bit smart. So we basically do a deconstruction planner for only the stack filter inserters, I guess. All of this. Copy all of this, flip it around. For some reason I like the flipped around design. Okay, this is working. Right, keep the power lines intact. This is now one set. And this is working. Question mark, it is. Okay, that's working beautifully. It is, the clock setups, they do look nice, that is definitely true. This perfect unison is so nice, visually pleasing. We may go with the clock design after all then. Alright, so now I need to update the better clock thing. Select new contents. It should fit in exactly the same box. Alright. So that is updated. Now I can just drag that up. I'll just drag that up to the point. I gotta. We will see it if it breaks. Up to the point where this guy was over here. Alright. And that means we can update the last blueprint as well, which is exactly the same footprint. No, we should do that again. Start from the bottom. This has to be included, but not the radar. So exactly like so. Alright. So verify everything is working. So the circuit network is connected to the last one as well. Right, then we just need to build this 20 times and hopefully we'll see an improvement. Even if we don't see an improvement, I'm kind of tempted to use this anyway. There's going to be 2. So these are running on their own clock. These clocks are not connected to each other. The circuit networks of these are not connected to each other. Okay, that works. So I guess we'll do the rest of them as well. It's the boring part again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's currently already 1000 belts of iron, which is more than we need for the 10k SPM base. We need 560 bells of resources in total. And we're gonna make 2000 bells of resources in total here. 13, 14. Second stack is not the new design. 15. I'm gonna complete this first, maybe you're right. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. Yeah, if all the inserters run on exactly the same timer, that's bad, because then you get a wave. You get a wave where all the inserters are active as well as the circuit network, which will basically drop UPS down for the big lag spike of all the inserters working, and then UPS goes up again when in the off times, when all the inserters are off. Alright. Oh, ooh, better. Better. I'm trying game speed times 2 now, so we can go above 60. But this is working better. Holy moly. Is that how to do it then, huh? Alright, and maybe even half the setup isn't working, said some guy. Thanks. I got a cup of coffee to celebrate from my wife, thank you. We celebrate that the inserter clocking is working after probably like 4 hours of attempts at it. So now all of these inserters are active only briefly. So let's just check the time usage again. So now only like it looks like the inserter pattern is still a bit wavy due to my too fast pasting probably. The circuit networks, for some reason the circuit network now is 0.6 to 0.7, where before it was 0.9. We are using the exact number of, the exact same number of wires though, so perhaps it does have to do with the entity time update being slightly better. Check the second line, it seems to be the old version. Okay, we'll do that. Oh god, did I copy paste only the second one? guess only the second one. Alright, that is like 1/20th of the entire setup. That probably is not too influential. We will replace it, of course. This is temporarily going to be very good for UPS, as the entire left side, the entire 18 stacks are gonna be unpowered. I don't think the clock is gonna reset though. If the clock resets, that's bad. No, 8.5k. 6. Okay, that's still offset at random times. So everything is not gonna immediately synchronize. Yeah, I am seeing a benefit now. About 10% better performance actually is not bad for just a simple thing. It's not going to translate to a 10% UPS increase in the game because of course we're just isolating smelting here. But perhaps you could get a UPS optimized green chip setup going as well. So the key difference with my old setup was now these inserters are properly spaced apart, equidistant. Alright. Now I wonder, I could probably get these inserters to work better as well. Just ever so slightly. If I would space these out correctly as well and stack size them to 10. Wait, I had this option on during the entirety of the test, which has a major influence on UPS, I think. Alright. Now just to be sure, I'm going to copy paste this design another 20 times on this side as well. 2, 3, 4, 5. That should give me enough clock offset between all the different stacks to kind of smoothen that out. 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, misclicked. $18, I think, 19, 20. Let's do 21 just to be safe. I can Control Z that out of existence again. Basically I just have to count the number of power lines on this horizontal to know how many stacks I built. Yeah, 41. So I control Z it once. That should be 40 then. Yeah, 40. Alright, now I got 40 stacks going. Now we're gonna... We're producing... It's not... Can't even get it. We're producing almost a million iron every 5 seconds. 11 million iron a minute. That's a lot of iron. Alright, so now we go just somewhere down here. And just zoom in at nothing in particular. And we see we have like 32 point something UPS most of the time. On average it's like 32. It just jumps down between 31 and 32, something like that. Circuit network 1.5, entity 22.5. Yeah, and cells are still a little bit all over the place. Again, the combinators themselves 0.00 thousandths of a millisecond. There's hundredth of a millisecond. That is no influence at all. It is the circuit network overall which is causing that. Alright, so let's save this one as well. UPS clocked. I guess was 32 for 40 stacks. That was 4000 belts of iron. So now we'll load the unclocked one. CPU has left the chat, preparing for 100k SPM. I bet we can do 100k SPM in Factorio 2.0. Everything seems so much easier to achieve high numbers of. Right, we did upgrade to stack inserters here. So here everything is running just unchecked. And now we should copy that unchecked one. Five, 6, 7. Should I buy this game? Asks Galen. It depends. Do you currently have like friends, a girlfriend, hobbies, that kind of things? If the answer is no, then yeah, go ahead, buy the game. If the answer is yes, you might want to reconsider. This is the most addicting game out there. For a lot of people, I'm pretty sure. Factorio is worse than crack, but it's also better because you don't have to keep buying it. You just buy it once and you're set, right? I guess you have to buy it twice because in fact in October the DLC is or the Factorio 2.0 is coming out. Okay, 40 stacks. Somehow I did that exactly right. Right, now we see a difference here. I guess 28 UPS for stabilizing. I guess the streaming software and is also having some sort of impact on this. Let's say 28 UPS, so we'll save this as clocked 28 UPS for 40 stacks. Okay, then what is the difference? The difference is 4 UPS on a total of 32, so that's more than 10, plus like 12 or 13% improvement for the smelting part of the base, which is probably going to be maybe around half the things are going to be smelters, so we could say we're going to run like 5 to 6% faster overall if we use the clocked setup. I accidentally loaded this one. Peaceful mode is not cheating, I agree. It's just another way to play the game. Let's check if the production is the same. It is the same, 11,915,000, something like that. It's the right number of stacks. Okay then. I guess I'll just have to delete the old version then. Okay, 1 second. There is one more thing I want to test, and this is the perfect save to test it on. I'm afraid I meet all the requirements. Then go for it, man. Alright. So currently all of these are stack filter inserters. So we got like 28 UPS, no, 32 UPS, right? At the moment even more, it seems. 33.5, 34. Alright, so the thing is, I read somewhere stack inserter or stack filter inserters are better for UPS than stack inserters, but there was no reason given. Now we're just gonna upgrade 108,000 inserters or we're gonna downgrade them to normal stack inserters. That should not break anything, except freezing the game for a bit again. Maybe a little bit more than a bit. Alright, that should be a done deal. Let's check if everything is still working. These are still clocked, outputting at exactly the same time. They all have their space to output. So yeah, that's good. Input is still unchecked. Kinda have to update the design though to look nicer. I guess we'd want to mirror this as well. Okay, now we go here. Supposed to go down a bit. Maybe I'm too close. I should not go in the map view, that was my mistake. It is wobbling a lot more. It is wobbling a lot more. They are not, the clocks have not been reset, just the inserters, just the inserter type, so maybe it's about the input inserters being stack inserters is better. because they only search for one item on the belt? I don't know. That actually sounds logical, that whenever decent cells need to pick up something and there's only one possibility of what they need to pick up, like here, iron ore, they don't need to think about what to pick up. Maybe that has an influence on something, but then again, these also don't have a choice, so not really sure about that. The overall UPS does seem the same though. 33.5, 34.5. $35. It does not really seem to be the case that filter inserters are better than normal stack inserters. So that it could be that it was like that in the past and that behavior has been fixed. Or it could be that my test is not accurate enough, as I'm basically just eyeballing this number in the corner here, instead of doing like a precise... it's like timing a speedrun with a stopwatch in your hand, instead of counting the frames. That is what I'm doing right now. So perhaps there is a benefit, but it is so small that it is not really visible in my experiment at least. But at least we get a benefit to... at least we get a benefit. We'll delete this one. This one is no longer relevant. We have 32 UPS and 28 UPS. That's a significant difference. Alright, then we'll just go ahead and design the final smeltery before going back to the main game. I'm just loading this because it's faster to reload than to... I guess the clocking book can come out of retirement then. Oh, I got an updated book too, man. Now I need to remember that this is the correct line. I'll just move all the old designs to the bottom, so that I can not mess it up. Alright, so now this is the actual tested one. Now I want to make something like this. That's the double clocked one, but I want to make something like this which I can use in the game basically. Alright, I got to paste this thing once, so I connect the clock. Somehow the clock was not... Alright, wait, this is flipped around now. Sorry about this, it's a bit chaotic. This was not like part of the plan. This has to switch side, so it's connected to power. Oh, we have to play time. Okay, it did not have to flip around. Alright. Now we delete everything above this line. Now we're just interested in making the blueprint for the game. I may have to forgo this like double design here. I guess let's just copy this once, so we keep the original without meddling with it. So now what I want to do, we're gonna first of all we're gonna downgrade to normal stack inserters, as I did not see a difference, and if I don't do it I have to make a separate one for iron ore, for copper ore and for steel. So we'll just do this, normal stack inserters it is. We'll just mirror this on this side to make it look better. This eventually will fill up with iron, so this is going to slow down. Again, a deconstruction planner for stack inserters this time. That keeps all the links between the power lines intact. Alright, the question is, no, I don't need that. The question is, should I set these to 10? I don't think so. If I keep it on 12, they will activate like 16% less or 20% less, so that's probably better. And it's probably like self-balances out. I think this is the way to go. Or hydrate for the coffee things. Matcha into lurking mode. There was a plan. Yeah, the plan was to, I guess as part of the plan, we are fine-tuning the miner. And since we're going with like blocks of 16 smelters, I probably want to just make a block of 16, connect it to a single clock. We're gonna have like 30 clocks over the map or something like that. It's probably good. So I guess this is kind of ready. A 6, 8, and that is the 16 bell smelter we need. Everything runs on the same clock now, all these 16 belts, and every miner will have one of these 16 belt smelters attached to it. So I guess we have a new blueprint then. It's going to be the 16 belt smelter. 16 clocked. So 16 belts clocked. I guess we'll put that in the 10k SPM book. So now we basically have to attach our miner blueprint, which looks like this, to this giant smelter stack. Probably in this orientation then. So all of these infinity chests will have to be connected to this over here. Actually, it does not stick out too much. Alternatively, of course, we could do something like this. There's basically output on both sides. I think this is neater though, and probably we're going to be using all of this ore on one side anyway. We're going to have an ore patch, the smeltery, and then the processing end. That's probably more useful than doing it on both sides. So I guess we go back into the game and try to implement this thing into our miner. These don't do anything. That was just the original from where we deviated. Alright, I'll just save this into the editor lab in case I want to return here. So let's go back to the actual game. This is not the actual game, this is the actual game in editor mode. Because we still need to finalize the design. I'm going to delete this. Here's our miner. So I guess maybe it's the best if we do it horizontally. Now we got our 16 clocked belts thing over here. The clocking thing is going to be on one side. So I just want to put a power line on this side as well. So if I cut it, I will have it on the center beacon, then I can align it properly. Alright, and then we gotta get rid of all these infinity chests and whatnot. I guess we just make it flush with the beacons. Okay, this beacon is now centered on the center of the mine as well. This is the center of the build, so that's good. Alright, is there any way we can compress this? We can still compress this. This is all unnecessary clutter. Which means we can basically grab this and connect it a bit better. I could do it even a bit more, but I do like the visual. Okay, let's try on this side. What if we do it one tile extra? That means all of these have to go. Yeah, that looks visually a lot less pleasing than this side with the extra belt and the small gap here. This is just, I don't know, does not really look nice. Okay, so that idea is scrapped. And we'll go with this. We have to copy that around to the other side again. Should be rotationally symmetric. Right? No? It is not, because I didn't delete everything. Alright, now it is. Alright, let's switch off the gaps, we don't need those anymore. I just need to connect this to here. How is the input belts looking? The input belts are coming here, which means the output belts are also here. Right, so basically we now want to disconnect all of this. We want to rotate these belts, I guess, upwards. Like so. Right. Question is, I probably want to leave like one tile of space here as well for the visual effect. Also got to think about roboports perhaps, because we want bots to build all of this, not ourselves. We got to think about power in general. Okay, let's think about the... I think we got to think about the bot network now though. So let's delete these temporary power lines. Alright, so this is already bad. Basically what I should do is I should rotate this belt on here. And for the rest I'll keep it the same. And then we have space for a roboport inside. And we have a cool way to connect the power as well. So I guess we just deconstruct this part. Should be rotationally symmetric. Let's copy all of that. Okay, it fitted without shift clicking, so that's good. All of these robots are connected, that is also good. The power network looks nice, that is also good. And the only thing that's not going to be rotationally symmetric is this. This has got to go upwards. I guess there's not much we can do about that because of my design choice to hook up this together instead of both sides. How do you flip? You can flip with the F key horizontally and with the G key vertically. So this is horizontal with F and vertical with G. This kinda annoys me. Perhaps I should take the effort to hook up these 3 minors with these 3 minors. For now, let's put that on a different patch then. Copper perhaps. Alright, so in that case we do have one tile of space between. This is probably going to look way too cluttered as well. Alright, this is supposed to go in the extra belt, and this is the extra belt. I'm not sure this is going to be better. Let's go back to this one. Where is it? Up here. I mean, this could be beneficial as well. This could be flipped around in case there's like water or something, or just in general we don't have space. This could be like just moved around just a little bit in case there is an assembler there or something. Gives us a bit of flexibility. I'm not sure if I'm just talking my way out of making this symmetrical. I cannot really say I like this clutter here though. I think I can more live with this than with this. It would have been much easier if I had simply not took these outside miners. And maybe that's the major culprit here. Right, so if I would do this like a normal person does it, another patch. Alright, we're gonna do it like a normal person does and see the effect. No outside belt shenanigans. Yeah, this is alright. No outside belt shenanigans. No side loading here. We're gonna keep the side loader, but this time it's gonna be a little bit different. Basically the first belt out of here is now just gonna become the side loader. That way we still have a neat 8 belts coming out of the side, except this time it is symmetric. It is symmetric at a small cost. And the cost is that basically these miners are the side loading miners instead of these miners and these miners. But I think this looks a lot more visually pleasing if these belts are being equally side loaded. So I think we're just gonna go with this then. Alright, and to make sure everything is built correctly, we're going to go to yet another patch. And I'm just going to do it from scratch. That is 1. Let's check. This section is very much correct, right? Modules are there. This is there. Alright. Let me spread it out. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we put it in the front as well. 4 times. All of this is coming out now. And this is our 9 belts. Okay, that is 9 belts. Then we go back to here. Here. Okay, let's delete all of this. Gonna go back to here. This is where the proper... No, mistake. It was here where the... Wait. It was here? Oh, we gotta change that part anyway, but I do want to copy this side loader. Alright, the side loader can be copied like so. For now we'll just put one of these here to power it all up. We gotta do the alarm pole with the green wire. Say if you measure anything at all, if anything is not equal to 0, we get a visual alarm saying a miner, like one miner, has run out. Alright. We gotta set this to read belt contents in pulse mode. And now as soon as all of this fills up, like now, this should go away in 10 seconds. It's gone. Alright, that is correct. And now we can simply copy and flip this. Alright. Okay, checking is still square. Alright, now we gotta fit in things like the roboports. Ideally, we also gotta connect all the power. All of these 4 power lines are separated. Yeah, it was worth the redesign, I think. Let's see where the roboports would fit. This would fit very well. Even the first roboport will be enough range to construct the entire mine. Oh yeah, Control Y is not yet implemented, I forgot. I was already pressing it off. Sorry, old man noises. My wife thinks it's very funny. Alright, this is the new design. Now these power lines have got to connect somehow. Because maybe we can... we need some large power lines as well to connect to the outside world. So that seems like it could be something. You can spread the roboports out just a little. Okay. I kinda still want the connection in between here as well though. Looks kinda slick. That's not too bad. Could move these roboports in one tile to be flush with the miners if we just do this. I also want to integrate some radars into the design though, at least one at least. At least one at least. Everything has got to be part of the blueprint. Okay, let's try it on this side. What if this power line moves out 3 more tiles? We could place a radar on the 4 more. No, that is not good. It loses connection with this power. You could place like radars on the inside. There's way too much radars, but that's okay. It can still be... I think these radars... No, they will be one chunk apart at the most. You could like a radar then, like something like this. Put this out one tile, so it is powered. And then we can keep these close by, like is the case over here. I guess we'll go with something like this. This is powered, right? If there's like power, the radars are powered as well. So we got radars, we got roboports. These still need to be put back with underground belts. It is not so important to be flush anymore since the radar is sticking out anyway. Kinda like it that this is just visible, if really. Alright, so now if I copy this, it's also going to be flippable without changing anything, right? Yeah, only the electric energy interface is switching location. So that means this is now symmetric on the y-axis. Not on the x-axis though, but that's okay. Alright. So time to update. Don't think I need to keep this. This is gonna be version 1, version 4. Yeah, this is better. The rotational thing was doomed from the start, really. Alright. Now we have the blueprint. Let's delete all those failed setups from everywhere. Alright, now we basically plop that down once more. Where are we? 10k SPM book. Version 1, version 4. This looks like to be the center. The radar has to align with the beacon. Perhaps we can even put it against the beacon here. Kinda forgot that this furnace area was part of the design as well. So perhaps we can just do the radars on the... in here or something. We kinda do have to get like 2 belts of iron in there. I think there is space for that. Where am I? I need to go back up here. So first of all, let's get this thing back into place. And a bit more compact. What about some substation to connect this to that? Alright, and the inputs. So this has got to come from this side. And then it's just this one. Oh no, wait, this one has to come from this side as well. So something like this. This has got to come from this side as well. So we got 4 belts. 1, 2, I guess. Okay, it looks like we're not gonna have this tile here because it happens to perfectly align. If I do this, you can just do this. This guy goes straight with an underground, and these can go over here. And the 4th belt just goes there. Now this is not aligned. Right, now that's not great. We'll put it back how it was. Maybe just something like that. This can go straight. These 3 bells just go, or these 4 bells just go this way. That is not too bad. Let me just, that's the advantage of having a flippable design, is you can, that's the best reason to make flippable designs, is you can just do one side and then just flip it to the other side, and you only need to design it once. We do have this clocking thing here. I think I probably want to move this to the middle for the sake of this build. So we could do away with the radar. And I probably can, if I just reconfigure this a bit. Just make it look nicer with the combinator in the middle. The combinator is hooked up to the input of this guy with a green wire. This just loops back onto itself with a red wire, and then the output is hooked up to this guy. And then this guy is hooked up to the power network. Right? Okay, seems to be working. So it's gone from here, it's gone from the outside. And now we put it on the inside here. make it look symmetric. We also need copper wire. Sorry I'm spending so much time on this, but this is going to be like the basis of every build. It's kind of gotta look nice. Okay, let's see if it actually works if I just do this. Gotta wait for the ore to reach the end. Yeah, it does seem to be going symmetrically. I guess for the purpose of actually testing this, I should do this really. Get that out of the way. Now get a good eagle eye look on these inserters. It does still seem to be working. Alright. Okay, we do have 108 miners, that's the correct amount. Let's just try speeding this up a bit. Something is going on. This belt actually is moving. Why is this belt moving though? Okay, just to be sure, I'm going to place this a bit better centralized on the ore patch in case I mess something up. Let's just go super speed. Nice if you have only one construction thing on the entire map, you can just speed up the game to 1000 UPS. It is every time... Oh, both of them are moving actually. Both of them are moving, I probably did something wrong somewhere then. Maybe I should enable the gaps in the belt thing. Looks like some weird gap is forming. I don't understand what's going on here. Just randomly a weird gap is forming on this underground belt. It just forms out of thin air. There, it happened again. What kind of weird... What kind of weird magic is this? I never saw this before. If you change like this, you mean change it, you have better coverage. That is correct, but this should be enough really. It is not forming at the splitter, it is forming over here. See, it's just forming out of nothing over there. How can that be? I never saw this before. What if I'm not side loading? Will I get like gaps in that belt? Chunk borders. No, we're not in the chunk border. The chunk border is here. That could be an issue though, but... Seems to be only happening on the top belt, if I see it correctly. Ah no, it's happening everywhere. In practice it still works fine, the belts remain compressed. It's almost like the underground belt is anticipating ore being pushed in from the side, and it just creates a tiny gap out of nowhere. Huh. Maybe we've got patch 1.1.111 right here, though I don't think it's important enough for them to fix before Factorio 2.0. I tried making the side loading belts yellow belts, as I noticed some weird behavior in Warptorio where some belts get prioritized based on their speed. I'm not really saying that right, but because the blue belts are very fast and the yellow belts are very slow, if you side load a yellow belt with a blue belt, sometimes the blue belt gets priority. Now we have a yellow belt here. Maybe not. I saw it happen sometimes that the blue belt pushes in between the yellow belt. Apparently that's not happening right now, so let's put it back. Okay, as soon as I click here, a gap forms over there. Now it doesn't anymore. Now it does. So something weird is happening with the side loading over here. And I always thought side loading was the most reliable way to compress a belt. It's still a reliable way to compress a belt. Apparently it's not a reliable way for what is prioritized. If you replace the side loading of the backup belt with priority splitters, would that help? Maybe. But I really don't like relying on splitters combining a belt to work. So I'm doing things again. I probably should make a copy again. Wait, I didn't make a blueprint, right? No, I didn't make a blueprint, and I have been changing a lot of things here. First of all, let's change all of those yellow belts back to red. I did not do it on this side, only on this side. Okay, I have space to do it one tile further. Maybe then it won't interact anymore. No, it's still moving. Still moving. I didn't have this problem before when I had the now I think I should have kept that blueprint. Let's try this in a different orientation. Before I tried it in this orientation. No, we're still getting it here as well. But the weird thing is, if I just deconstruct these splitters, now this is no longer being side loaded. Not a single ore is disappearing. Oh no, wait, ore is disappearing from here. But not from all of them. Here it's disappearing, here it is not. Very inconsistent. But the weird thing is, if there's no ore on these side-loading belts, these belts are still compressed. There's no white lines anywhere. It's only once we start side-loading it that these weird white lines sometimes appear. I guess I will have to... seems like a bug, yeah. I never encountered this before. I'm not gonna make another videos. The Factorio devs already hate me enough for forcing them to bring out another update before 2.0. Alright, I'll try priority splitters in that case. I don't like priority splitters though, but I guess I don't really see another option at the moment. Try adding one mining productivity and see what happens. First, a different idea. Alright. I guess we're just moving this part of the structure a bit further out then. Because now it's no longer happening. Weird. This is really weird. So how far out does it have to be then? I tried side loading with a slower belt already. I also did the side loading tile one further up thing. It was originally side loading in this location here. It looks like we can just move back to that location. Alright. So here it was happening in this configuration. It's no longer happening in this. Maybe it's the irregular furnace consumption. And now it's not happening too because the belt is flowing in a regular pattern. Okay, so maybe that's not the solution. The furnace thing has something to do with it. And now this belt is moving again. Okay then. I guess we're gonna try my theory after all then. "10 ore to make 12 plates. That should make the draw regular. Okay, gotta watch this very carefully. No, belt still moving. Okay, let's try okay, no, there is nothing else to. Let's try priority splitters then. Maybe priority splitters will be even better for UPS. Input priority. Alright, I guess we'll stop this for the time being. Please don't tell me priority splitters are the solution. I hate priority splitters. Why are priority splitters better than side loading in this regard? I think priority splitters have like a tiny internal buffer signaled by those red lines in there. Well, looks like we're going with priority splitters. You can hear the enthusiasm in my voice. If the debug manager doesn't say there's gaps, then there are no gaps. Even though it visually may appear so. The ores have the different ore sprites have different shapes, which can make it look like there's a small gap between two unfortunately shaped ores next to each other, but if the debug manager says there's no gap, then there is no gap. Priority splitters the answer. Alright. I guess it's better for UPS since we're using both a splitter and a side loading thing here, so I'll give in. Alright, we have to do this not completely from scratch, but I do want I've been making a lot of changes again. That's not good. Okay, let's grab the blueprints from the book, which we know are good. There's the version 4 miner. I made a lot of changes to this thing as well. Alright, never mind. We got the clocking set up here, so that is okay. We can make this work. Just need to delete this. Side-loading monstrosity. We need to delete this and substitute it with this. And because we have a flippable design, should be able to just do this. I guess let's test it. Okay, priority splitters. Maybe I'll learn to love them eventually. This is a good start. Maybe my beef with priority splitters lies in the past then. Looks like even with 2 belts in, 2 belts out, it's kinda reliable. Alright then. I guess we have the design then finally finalized. Let's get rid of everything else. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. Okay, the robots do not extend the full distance here though. So we kinda want to implement a couple more. But definitely raiders. We should probably add like raiders to the last column. Maybe to the outside. No, let's do it to the inside. The outside should be neat. Front end should be neat. The back end can be messy. That should kinda cover the entire build. I don't really have space on the front end, so I think I'm just gonna leave it at this. It does kinda cover everything, so not really sure I want to put more robots in there. Alright. I guess priority splitters it is. Yeah, inserts are not taking from the left and right side evenly. That's okay though, because these 3 miners produce enough to fill up half a belt, so the belts will stay compressed. They are not taking... all of the inserters are placed on the same side. So I would need a design which draws equally from both sides to equally draw from both sides, but all of these inserters have near side of the belt priority. So I either use lane balancers, which introduces another 2 splitters. So this would make things draw properly from one side, from both sides of the belt. Like, still not from here, but this side is now loaded equally from left and right side. But it's not really important for us, so we won't do that. Also, that introduces 2 more splitters per belt, which is not great. I guess this is the best solution. I gotta learn to like it. I think we're done. I think we're done with this design. We gotta implement some more power lines though. Ideally, actually, I would like the power network oh, this is nice. That's a nice horizontal line. We can flop that in there. Guess we'll do the row port 1 more tile outward then. It's nice if the row ports are connected to the large power network. Oh, it's connected to the corner. It's nice if they are connected to the large power pole network, because then they will get powered faster when stuff is built. If we would build one here, it would rely on all these small power lines being built before it's connected, which often leads to this roboport being unpowered for too long and bots turning around and all that stuff. So I kinda like my roboports to be connected to the large power pole network independently. So it kinda means it would be nice to do something like this as well, because that powers these roboports to the network as well. I do think we gotta have a roboport on both sides here. Okay, let's try without. I think I'm done tinkering with this design. This part is not covered. That probably is better if it would be covered. So I guess we're moving back in. I guess I don't really need robot coverage outside of this area. It's also easier to connect and disconnect robots if they aren't sticking out too far, I guess. And if I follow that theory, I probably should move these in just a little. If I move those in just a little, I can go back to this. Life is hard. Doesn't need to be this hard. Okay, we're moving it back. I was just gonna say that looks better, but the thing is, this should be a little bit continuous because we're gonna belt it out. We're gonna belt it out of there. But now this whole thing is kind of symmetric. Let's try it one more time. Control Z. Speed things up. This should go away and should stay away. It is away and it stays away. We are producing 16 belts of iron. $16 belts of iron times 5, 80 seconds. That's 1 1/3 of a minute. 2.7, 3.6k should be. I guess it's close enough. Right, so as a final test, just to make sure I didn't break anything with the furnaces, since we did a lot of splittering and stuff. We're gonna change this to infinity chests, so we can actually measure production on the plate level. Alright, again, deconstruct, reconstruct. Yeah, robots aesthetics basically. The unevenness is what's causing the gaps, since it causes random spikes in back pressure. But how can it cause random spikes in back pressure? Because the belt is full. Even though the front half is consumed completely, it is full. Making sure I'm not missing anything here. Now I cut out this part and I hook it up much further away. Right, and this is not powered, I forgot about that. This is all very temporary, as you can see. Right. Probably everybody is screaming at me in chat right now. For UPS, the full line is considered as one entity, so maybe we'll be able to move in less than an hour length. But we can literally see the gaps being created in the middle of the belt. That should not be possible. I'm just getting in way over my head here. I got a solution. Should I care about this? Alright. This is my control belt. And just read belt contents. Read belt contents. We put it on hold mode. This time, that means it will basically read 8 all the time, if it's powered. Right, so the funny thing is, if I cut this out, maybe it does have to do with the, I don't know, with the uneven distribution. If I do this, it should read 8 all the time. Now it's reading 8 all the time. I can say if iron is less than 8, we're going to get an annoying alarm. Okay, no alarms, because iron is 8 all the time. So this is the O and this is the E. That is so weird. That is so weird because this is definitely back pressure. There's ore on these side loading belts continuously. Okay, that means Sagito. No, that means Woobilicious is right. The unevenness in ore consumption from both sides of the belt is what's causing this weird behavior. I mean, this is just gonna back up. Slowly backing up all the way. There is definitely enough ore production. There is no way that this is not enough back pressure to load that. Alright, let's try one more thing. I'm not gonna implement this as a solution, but let's put the lane balancer in there. And see if it actually helps. Need to fast forward a bit. Thanks Zero State Machine for the raid with 6 people. We're doing weird stuff here. Basically we're getting weird gaps in the transport belt, which we shouldn't be getting. I smell Factorio patch 1.1.111 here. I mean, so if we have constant consumption of all the ore, this stuff is not happening. We get no gaps. The belts are full all the time. But when we only need like 5/6 of the belt, regardless of if we're actually consuming from both sides of the belt equally or not, with a lane balancer or not, like here, we are still getting these weird gaps in the belt everywhere, which makes these alarms go off. And just gaps are forming where there should not be forming any gaps. I just don't understand what's going on here. But as you have just dropped in, I was about to give up on this, since it doesn't really matter for our purposes. But this is just weird. I'll make a separate save here just in case I want to do something with it. See, weird gaps forming in compressed belts. I'm not gonna, somebody else can post this to the bug forum. You can leave a link to the stream with a timestamp if you want. I'm not gonna post it. Like I said, the devs already hate me enough for the productivity exploit. Use a single splitter halfway down the smelter to load the inside of the belt. I'll try it. There's actually not enough ore. Because we have the 13th furnace here, which needs to be able to get ore as well. Wait, is it enough ore? That's weird. Ah no, it's not weird. No, it actually is enough ore. Pretty sure. We skip over here and we halve this. And 16 beacons. That's what we have. Let's say we have 7 furnaces. That does require less than half a belt of ore, so we are good with less than half a belt of ore for 7 furnaces. The other 5 need even less, but the full 12.6 or something requires 0.8 in total. So we are good on that part of the design. It's not helping though. It's because I'm loading the far side of the belt, isn't it? No, but it still is not helping. I'm not running the latest version of Factorio though. Okay, now we're actually only loading the near side of the belt. I have no idea what's going on. I give up. Let's make the save. Weird gaps forming in compressed belts. Yeah. But let's see if it actually matters for our setup here. So this has been running for a while. I'm gonna pause the game. We're gonna set this to not remove unfiltered items. And blue belt should be producing 2700 items a minute. This is 1 minute. Let's go 1 minute. Just to speed it up a bit. $2,700, 27, 27, 27, 27, 27. We got the exact amount for my what you expect from a compressed blue belt and every single chest of the entire 16 belt furnace stack. So despite those weird gaps forming, actually we use the priority splitters here. Looks like I'll be changing my mind then. Priority splitters are better than side loading. Who would have thought? Not me, that's for sure. Huh. That is really very strange, because I did not notice this at all in my existing base. Anyway, this appears to be working, so let's make the blueprint. I'm kinda ready to stop streaming soon. I'll just leave all the weird stuff in there for now. This is gonna be a 16 belt miner and smelter combo, which we can use for the entire 10k SPM base, like so. So what do we have now? Now we've got a blueprint which we stamp it down on an ore patch, like so. And we've got 16 belts of production from the resource we need. Copper, 16 belts, okay. Iron, 16 belts, okay. And I probably should make a copy of this. Where is it? Here. Put it in the 10K book. I guess we'll move this to Mike Learns Clocking for now. We no longer need the side loading thing. I guess I'll just keep it for a little bit more. I'll just move it here in case I still need it. But we have this 16 belt miner, that's all we really need. I guess with this we don't really need this late game compression thing anymore, but I guess for now we'll keep it anyway. So yeah, basically we just paste this. It has roboports, it has radars. We just need to make sure we make a bot highway that connects to it. And we're just gonna have 16 belts of whatever we need, which makes it a whole lot easier. Then from this moment on we only need to worry about the actual design of the base instead of worrying about the miners. We now got a complete unit which we just blueprint once, and it mines the ore and produces 16 compressed belts of iron out of it with a single click. So we get to do only the interesting stuff. Or at least mostly the interesting stuff. We still get weird gaps forming though. But it looks like the internal buffer of the splitter is large enough that those gaps are being filled from the belt without using this. So if I disconnect this, the gaps still form, but they disappear after the splitter somehow. The splitter is doing some internal buffering, it seems. You can see the white lines, they move into the splitter. There's nothing here. They move into the splitter and disappear with the splitter. Weird. Alright, let's get, yeah, Matcha, you're right. Stamp down green chip outposts for 100% speedruns. There's probably something similar like that. Except we're gonna use this to make custom 10K SPM builds without worrying about the mining and smelting aspect, which is arguably the most boring aspect. Okay, so now we just make some copies. Create a copy, but this thing is gonna contain only the power network. Perhaps the miners as well. Guess we'll leave the loaders and stuff behind here. Radars. I guess we won't do the circuit network stuff in here just yet, because that's just gonna go off. That's just gonna go off all the time. So no, that is not true. It's not gonna go off because nothing is entering the belt. Alright, I gotta redo that. No belts. No inserters. I guess no furnaces, so no productivity modules, no beacons, no undergrounds, no splitters. No infinity chests, no loaders. And that weird stuff can stay. So now this stuff contains only this, which gives me an idea of the footprint. It has the power network in there as well. And I can see the miners over the ore patch, which is kind of important. So I can kind of aim it at the center when I build it. Still though, I might want to make another one which only contains the miners. Alright, I forgot to make a copy first. If I want to see the footprint, I should probably enable the outermost beacons. You can use concrete to mark the miners circle. Speedrunners use concrete to draw a circle around the miners for better placement aid. I think I'm not gonna go that far. Just to roughly aim it at the center, I think. Anyway, we'll check the richness under the outer miners and just move it a little bit in case it is not exactly how we want it to be. Alright, so that should be version 2. Alright, so now we have the miners, which we can just plop down from the map view. Like so. Then we can check under the miners 1.3 million, 1.3, etc., 3.0. Okay, this could be moved a little bit up. We can just cut and paste it a bit up to place it as centralized on the patch as possible. This seems fine. Then we can go in the blueprint book and grab the second blueprint, which is the skeleton of the roboports and the power network. And the 4 outermost beacons, so we can see the dimensions of the thing. I guess we already placed the power lines here as well, so we can power the radars. We don't really need extra power lines for the radars in that case, though actually maybe it would be nice to have that. Where are we now? I have too many of these again. Here we are. That also makes it easier to connect to other builds if we have the power lines closer to the edge. It's kind of the idea of having the power lines closer to the edge, I guess. So that means we probably want power lines there as well, maybe. We'll figure that out later, I think. Kinda in the mood to just get it over with for now. So let's not make changes. I'll fine tune it next time. I just want to have a working version right now. Delete everything. Okay, let's try it one more time. We take the first blueprint with the miners, plop it on the center of the ore patch. From the map view or from the actual view, that doesn't really matter. Alright, that's done. Then we grab the second one, which allows us to rotate this around, south or north, depending on where we have the space. Plop that down, bots will connect all of that. And then finally we have the third one. So we just plop this one down first so all the bots get moving with the power network and stuff, and shortly after we can place down the third one, which is the entire thing. And I can basically just on the map view align it to the outermost beacons, and that will be easy like so. Just come in, outermost beacons, and click. And there we've got it. And once the bots place everything, we will have 16 belts of stuff, and this notification should disappear rather quickly and never come back, hopefully. Alright, so that's how it's gonna work. We've got the set of blueprints in the book. Sure, we can do a little bit more fine-tuning perhaps with power networks and roboports if we really want to. It remains to be seen if we do. Perhaps we do want roboports on this side as well, but kinda don't really think so. I don't know, maybe we do. I'll think about it. We'll decide it next time. I need to think about the pros and the cons of having the roboport network extend close to the edge, or just doing the roboport network, just having the roboport network come in. I imagine the roboport network is gonna look something like this, like substations with roboports which just connect to each other, and we just have to connect our roboport highway to the build, and the bots will be able to build everything. The advantage of having the roboports more on the inside is that I don't accidentally connect it that easily. Like now it's disconnected already, whereas if there's roboports here it's already connected. So it means I can maneuver between builds easier if I want to. And for instance, I can prevent that if I just go down south like this. Yeah, I'm kinda getting convinced I should keep it to the inside right now. I can kinda easily bypass this, even being pretty close by. Like so, it's not connecting. And that can be very important. Like now I've got this roboport network, this is not connected. So bots, even if they want to go here, diagonally, they just go diagonally and reload, diagonally, reload, diagonally, reload. But if this is connected to this network, now they'll go diagonally, reload somewhere over here. Then they'll go diagonally, run out of juice, return to the closest roboport. Rip my internet. Oh, okay. Not rip my internet. Alright, I exceeded my limit, but it's alright. I thought I was going to pay €2 per megabyte, so I quickly switched it off, but it appears to be €2 per gigabyte, so I can just extend it a little bit longer. Right now, what I mean is if the bots are gonna fly out to somewhere over here, they go diagonal, reload, diagonal. Now they will reload over here. Then they go out diagonal, run out of juice, go back to the closest roboport, which is this one. They'll just get stuck in an infinite loop. And if I don't connect these roboports and keep this on the inside, they won't go reload in this roboport network because it's not connected to the main network where all the bots are. This won't have any bots left after it's constructed. So it will be pretty easy to connect and disconnect these at will, and I can go in between these builds pretty tightly without actually connecting to those networks, which can be a big advantage. So I think I'm going to keep it like this. I actually may put power lines on these outsides though, because having things powered is a plus. But I guess we'll decide that once we get to actually build some of these things. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it. So let's load the actual stave where we stopped slacking and started the 10k mining design. We spent like over 4 hours in editor mode, man. Holy schnitzels. Yeah, it's a mobile internet plan. It's alright. You guys are subscribing to me, I can afford to spend a little bit of money on streaming. Alright, so what did we do? Nothing in the game. We built a solar panel circle, then we went in editor mode and just designed this thing. And then discovered a bunch of weird behavior which threw me a little bit off guard. But now we can do this in the game. Let's actually just put one down on a connected roboport. We'll try this bot highway thing. I think I saved that actually in my... Yeah, I saved something like that in my 1K book. So what's a close patch? Let's go left. You gotta be careful to not... It's kinda not set up to go left, but this is like a temporary idea. Alright, so now these bots are gonna be flying out to build all of these roboports. After they reach that, we can apply stage 1, which is putting the miners on the patch. This is too small of a patch because it's too close to the starting area. Let's do this one then. Then we can apply stage 2 once we fine-tune that. Let's say we're going in the left direction with all of that. Okay, so the bots are pretty speedy in building this highway. And then we just gotta manually like connect some of that stuff. And just put like a temporary connection roboport in there. That's gonna connect to there. Alright, we're not gonna look at the rocket launch this time. We already watched that enough. Here we are. Just very quickly. The bots are coming in, placing the miners. We can place the belts with the full version. Just align it to the outermost beacon. And that should be it. The rest should get built automatically. And we should have 16 belts of iron coming out of there very soon. So this is why I want to have the bot highway. A lot of bots are going to fly out at the same time. I'm going to want a pretty dense Roboport network to recharge all these bots. So I probably gotta plop a couple in there as well. I have 10,000 construction bots in this network. I don't really want to go much over this, because I want to be able to recall all my construction bots. And I can, for instance, do that with by placing down 10,000 belts over here. So let's say this is 1k belts. You can simply make a you can recall all of our bots by just doing something like this after they're done, and all of the bots will fly back to come place these belts. Should put it a bit further away, not so close to my actual base, so all of the bots get called upon. But that's a way to get all of my bots in the air. And returning to the base, so I can also manually go around and deconstruct these Roboport networks again without my bots getting stuck by the hundreds in these remote places. So perhaps I will even diminish the amount of bots in my network to, let's say, I don't know, maybe a couple thousand. My spiders are getting pushed away by the belts. Somehow this guy is staying. He doesn't have a belt immunity equipment, that's for sure. Alright, now he gets moved as well. Weird. Or maybe there's like one belt not placed or something. I don't know. Alright, everything is placed. I need to actually automate my combinator stuff. Am I standing? Alright. Now these should get placed. That should enable all the outserters. There they go. Of course the belts are gonna fill up almost instantly. But still, it's working. As intended. Okay, I do kind of wonder why I got that signal there. Oh, of course. I'm getting that signal because I don't have mining productivity level 51 just yet. I'm at 30, 32. So it kind of makes sense then that these belts aren't full. Alright. One of the Roboports collides with the belt. Ah, right, yeah, okay, this temporary things. That's alright. It was just for demonstration purposes. Alright, so now we can basically do anything from the map view, and the bots will fix it for us. Here they come already with the belts. Now if I accidentally press R on a belt, I guess I'm in editor mode. Okay, that won't work, so I cannot accidentally rotate the belt. Alright, so this message here, we're gonna get it until we actually have mining productivity level 51. But yeah, that's basically how it's gonna work. And then we have 16 belts of iron, and with those 16 belts of iron, we can basically do stuff like... now we don't have to worry about these stupendous quantities anymore. We can simply build a giant mine, and looks like we need everywhere a little bit more than 16 belts of iron. Maybe 16 was not the correct amount to go by. But yeah, now we need, let's say we need 110 belts for 110 belts of iron for purple signs. I was gonna say not a problem, but it still sounds kinda like a problem. But theoretically we can just now take our book, get this guy out of there. Okay, say here 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a pretty good location actually for purple signs. Let's keep the coal patch alive. No, we don't need a coal patch. 5. Update all the chunks. And here we got our purple signs production. Now we just need to connect the iron belts. Now we just need to connect the iron belts to wherever they need to go. I guess we gotta make one for steel maybe, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes, but we got the basics done. All of the miners are done. 110 belts for purple signs, not a problem. We just stamped this down 5 times and we've got 80 belts. We need even more. We need 2 more stamps. Alright, we need 2 more stamps. Not a problem. Easy peasy. Here we go. Let's do save. Let's do save the copper. The oil can go away. Alright, so now we got 7 of those stamps for purple signs. I mean, yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Right? I'm not fully convinced just yet, but I think this will work. I think this will work to make the rest of the design process much easier. So I guess I'll have a look off cam and what's going on with all this weird shenanigans. Perhaps I'll come up with some answers. Probably not. But anyway, at least we did find out how to do clocking better this time with the equidistant inserters. It kind of makes sense to do it like that. We will have like a 13% UPS increasement. If you just look at the furnaces alone, it will be less, and with the entire base running assemblers and whatnot, especially with these specialized stuff. We could consider trying to wire up green circuits. I do have a design for that as well. But again, I didn't test if this was actually a UPS increasement. I kinda looked at the furnaces, saw it was similar and just abandoned the idea, but maybe this will help as well. It kinda works on the same premise. But yeah, we have to check the inserter spacing, I guess, a bit. I guess we'll test it out in the editor next time, but green circuits outside of the scope of today's stream. Today's stream was about getting this thing. the 16 belt miner slash smelter combination, which will easily which will make it very easy to start designing the rest of the 10,000 signs per minute base. So now we are going to do those bot highways out from the main base, and we're going to try to keep it in a sort of a square area so the bots have the smallest possible chance to get lost somewhere. I think we can manage it pretty well. We just gotta find a way to get out of there. Perhaps it is time for old friend the starter nuclear reactor to go. I mean, we've looked for a long time at our circling fuel cells. In the end, these cost UPS. This costs UPS, which we are not using, so at the 10k signs per minute base, all of those nostalgic base beautification shenanigans will have to slowly but surely go, especially if they're in the way for my bots to get out of the network here. So let's say we do get rid of it. It would be as easy as doing this and the entire thing is gone. Bye. I'm not crying, you are. Anyway, that makes space for our bot network. And then we can very easily just even make a double line out of here. So now we can very easily just on the map view do this. And the bots will just keep building it as far out as we need to. Even all the way out here. And I guess that is going to be the time lapse which I'm going to leave you with for today. So yeah, thanks everybody for watching, for chatting. And helping out with the design phase. Where are my construction bots at actually? What the heck is going on? I know what's going on. All of this is going on. So now the bots are not building this stuff because we have too many unplaced entities on the map. So let's go back into editor mode and get rid of all of those ghosts. And now suddenly the bots do find the time to go out and place our Roboport network here. This is kind of a problem. I hope they... Yeah, okay, disconnected now. Alright, so now the bots are gonna fly out over there. And yeah, that's gonna be it. Thanks everybody for watching. Be sure to join the Discord or subscribe on Twitch to get pinged whenever I stream next. It is holiday time, it's a little bit less predictable than I would like it to be. But anyway, I hate trains, that is definitely a thing. Alright, so yeah, that's gonna be it for today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. And I will see you all next time.